Hey everybody, welcome to the stream and welcome back to Broken Swords, Shadow of the Templars. We're back on the trail of the Templars' treasures. We've actually witnessed one of the meetings of their members, which apparently one of the doctor that we met at the hotel was one of them. And we even met the killer, the assassin who's been targeting them. We met him in Ireland when we acquired the gem that I guess will help us find the treasure. But yeah, we've uncovered some clues that led to two countries, Syria and Spain. So we got two new locations to check out. I think, yeah, I've decided to go to Syria first, because I believe this is where we'll find a lens that should be used in a church in Paris that might help with finding the treasure. Let's see, everything looking good, sounding good. Should be okay, right? Okay. Hello.
Hey there, young fella. Speak you the English? Speak you the Anglaise? Parlez-vous anglais?
Yes, si, and indeed oui, and rather better than you by the sound of it. My name is Nijo.
Speaks all those
Welcome
languages.
to my grand emporium of quality merchandise.
No, let's not ask him to shake our hand yet. We barely met him.
Does the word Templar mean anything to you?
Templar. Ah, Templar. Templar! Why, yes, of course.
It does?
Yes, a splendid series of books by Mr. Leslie Chatteris, featuring the roguish Mr. Simon Templar.
Great. That's a real help, Nijo.
Not quite what I'm
Anything
looking
else?
for.
The Saint television program featuring Mr. Roger Moore of the quizzical eyebrow and a stick man with a halo. Bing!
Huh?
So all Templar means to you is Roger Moore.
I only watched it for the stick man with the halo. Bing! He was better animated.
Bing!
So I'm correct in saying that the word Templar doesn't mean much to you.
Well, there was the Order of Knights who were wiped out in an inquisition in 1312.
Everyone knows that.
That's them. What else do you know?
Just how much information do you think there is on a Trivial Pursuit card?
A what?
From the medieval edition.
Hmm.
We had it on the stand a couple of years ago. Ask me what a feuter is. Go on, I know all this stuff.
Never mind. Okay, forget about the Templars for a minute. What do you know about knights?
Like the Crusaders, they came to the East on an insane and pointless mission. They sacrificed thousands of lives, including their own, for insensate pride. How anyone can find them romantic confounds me.
You've seen I guess, what the Templars are from their perspective.
So, this is your stand?
Oh, yes, sir. Though stand does not begin to do it justice. The finest in this bustling metropolis.
This is a bustling metropolis?
Well, not per se, no.
How much are those books there on the shelf?
Have you any Syrian pounds?
I think I might have a couple of Irish pund.
Then they're too expensive for you, sir.
Ah, come on, you don't accept like other monies?
You speak very good
The
English.
currencies?
Thank you, sir. I learned from tapes that my uncle procured.
Oh, a language course.
No, sir. Jeeves and Wooster. Gussie, Fink, Noto, Aunt Agatha. What ho?
Not sure where that is.
This plaster was very useful in Ireland.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Your fund of travelers' tales never ceases to enthrall me.
I think he's being sarcastic. Wanna shake my hand?
Here, shake hands, Nijo.
I'd rather not, sir.
Not gonna get anyone with this trick. Have you seen this guy?
Have you seen this man before?
No, sir, I'm glad to say. cold eyes.
Hmm. I don't know what I couldn't... Oh yeah, maybe this is over here.
What do you make of
Kalabalamut.
this?
Well, beyond the obvious, very little. That pattern seems very familiar, though.
Hmm.
Do you know the name Merlin?
I'm afraid not, old bean.
Old bean. What? Not that old. Well, my character's not that old.
What can I do with a blood pressure gauge?
Don't tempt me to tell you, sir.
What do you think of this, eh?
Oh, sir, what a splendid plaything. One day, when I am rich, I am going to build a world-renowned collection of brightly colored balls.
Are you serious?
In deadly earnest. People will come from far and wide to see my
Yes?
collection. The Rockefellers and the Gettys can keep their hordes of so-called fine art. But answer me this. What good is a Picasso, I ask you, if you cannot bounce it off a wall?
You may have a point.
Huh?
Seriously, do you really think this thing's so great?
Take it away, you tempter.
I'll swap it for something off your stand.
Yeah, you want it so
due
much?
to seasonal financial considerations, I'm afraid I cannot.
I thought you wanted this thing.
I do, sir. The stand doesn't.
Which in translation meant it's not really my stand, and I'll be in big trouble if I swap anything for something that I want myself.
Alternatively, is there any service that you require?
Not at the moment, but I'll bear it in mind.
Okay, I guess. I wonder, will we actually use this as payment for something from him?
Look at this. A lifting key as used by Parisian sewer workers.
Kaloo Kalay, sir. I must remember this day for posterity. My grandchildren will be fascinated.
Yeah, he's pulling your leg. He's just messing with you.
What do you make of this?
A man-sized double-ply tissue stained with Bestheimer's number 12 white pancake grease paint. Apparently.
Very accurate.
So long, Nijo.
Toodle peep, sir.
Hey, kitty.
The cat was an ugly brute who looked like he owned the joint.
Hmm. Oh, guess he doesn't like being pet.
As I didn't see the point of going all the way over there to get scratched, I stayed where I was. It was the sort of bell you see in hotel receptions. Kind of unexpected here.
I wonder... Cat being there gotta trigger something.
I hadn't come all this way to seek out curios. There were some great bargains on the shelf, providing you ran a junk museum. It was the sort of...
Can I ring it? Oh. Hi there. Okay. Kinda rude. That's not how you treat a potential customer. What if I pet the cat and then ring the bell? Nope, nothing. Okay.
As I didn't see the point of going all... Ah, bad-tempered as well as ugly. It was a guess, but I figured the woman to be an American tourist. Just call me Sherlock.
Come on, don't stereotype people.
Hello. I was wondering whether you could help me.
Why, hi there, handsome. What can I do for you?
Hi.
Okay, I guess
my
she is
name's
American.
George. I was just...
Well, it certainly is delightful to meet you, George.
I was...
My name's Mrs. Henderson, but you can call me Pearl, I'm sure.
Okay, Pearl. I was...
So nice to meet a friendly American face so far from home.
Pearl?
Yes, dear?
I was just wondering if you could help me.
Why, sure, precious.
Yeah, one of the pictures of the large tapestry was a balloon. Would there be a loom here?
Do you know anything about medieval weaving?
I do a little needlework, but gosh.
It's okay. It was a long shot.
Yeah, I guess that. I guess so. Do you know anything about the Templars?
Have you ever heard of a group of knights called the Templars?
Sounds familiar.
Might as well ask everyone about it.
Dwayne had a book. The Holy Something and the Holy Something Else, I can't quite recall. I read a little of it.
And?
Seemed like a lot of hooey to me.
So, tell me a little about yourself, Pearl.
Me? Oh, a gentleman's interest is always so flattering. Well, my husband and I run a greetings card company in a cute little place called Akron in Ohio.
Akron? Cute? Little?
Is that an Ohio accent, I wonder?
Is your husband around, Pearl?
Well, as a matter of fact, yes, he is.
He's the one in the yellow shirt, probably?
Have you talked to the boy on the bric-a-brac stand?
Oh, you've met him? His name's Nijo, you know. Oh, he's just so cute, I could die. I'd love to bundle him up and take him back to Ohio.
He might not thank you.
I'm looking for something.
Yeah, that would be kidnapping.
You know, something to impress the folks back home. The poor boy was trying to do his best, but we still haven't found anything.
I'm probably going to have to offer them something. Have you seen this symbol?
Does this matchbook mean anything to you?
You're a philomonist?
A what?
Don't they have secret handshakes?
Oh, George, now you're teasing.
Have you seen this guy?
Have you seen this man before?
No. A friend of yours?
Not
No,
quite.
not really.
Ugh. If he knew that I've been to his hotel room and stole some of his stuff from his pants, he would not be very friendly. Wanna shake my
I
hand?
liked her too much to zap her with the buzzer.
Yeah, I guess he just didn't do anything wrong.
What does this mean to you?
Gosh, is this some sort of psychological test?
No.
Oh, well in that case it's a red ball.
Yeah.
I've got to
Yeah.
go now.
It's
Not gonna
been a
bother with
pleasure,
all
George.
items yet.
Don't be a stranger.
Maybe if I get stuck not knowing what to do, then I'll try asking about every single item. Hello.
Hi, I was wondering whether you could help me.
Why, sure, son. Always got time for a fellow American. The name's Henderson. Dwayne Henderson.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Henderson.
Hell, boy, I'm not in the office. Call me Dwayne.
Oh, okay. Dwayne? My name's George Stobart.
What is this?
I saw a medieval picture of a woman. Royalty or nobility, something like that. She was looking in a mirror, but the reflection was of a man with 3 faces. What do you think of that?
I think you should be in therapy.
Hey, come on.
Do you think bulls have any significance around here?
Weird question, George. Nope, I don't think they have.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect a tourist to know much about the local culture.
You're a long way from home, Dwayne.
Could say the same about you, George.
Me? Well, I'm just sightseeing, that's all.
Without a camera, kinda lags to come all this way and not
Well,
take pictures. Mind if I
he's
take
got a point
picture
there.
of you, George?
What? Why? Ow! You could have warned me.
You don't mind, do you, George? The folks back home will be real interested.
Why would they be interested in me, huh? And you should have waited until I asked before taking the picture.
What exactly do you do, Dwayne?
Didn't I say? Oh, I run a greeting card company. Yep, we're based in Cleveland, Ohio.
Cleveland? Pearl said you're in Akron.
What was that?
Nothing. Just thinking out loud.
Is Pearl not your wife?
Where is your wife, Dwayne?
Pearl? Oh, she's
Oh.
around looking
She is.
for bargains.
How long have you been married, Dwayne?
Hell, must be 30 years now.
Have you talked to Nijo?
Nijo? He's the youngster on that junk stand, right? Yeah, we've met him. He's a smart kid. Speaks 4 languages, and he's never had a day's formal education. He should go far. Kept trying to peddle garbage on us, though.
You're not going to find much worthwhile around here.
I know that, and you know that. But try telling Pearl. She reckons there's antiquities in them door stands.
Do you mind if I ask you an odd question?
Okay, but I might not answer it.
Do you know anything about the Templars?
The Knights Templar?
Yep.
Nope. Nothing at all.
Well, you knew they were an order of knights.
What I know and what I say are two different things, boy. I haven't
You're
lasted
hiding.
as long as I have in this business without knowing that.
You're hiding
In
something
this
from me. here.
business?
Sure. The greetings card business.
Oh, please.
Right.
Does the image of a knight holding a crystal ball mean anything to you?
Hell no. What would a knight want with a hunk of glass?
I don't know. That's the prob.
What's wrong, boy?
It's not a crystal ball.
It's a
It
lens.
all came together in my head. What the conspirators had mentioned losing. The strange perspective of the manuscript. It's a lens. Have you seen this man before?
Maybe. Where'd you get it?
I just picked it up somewhere.
Sure. I'm always picking up photos of complete strangers and then asking around.
Okay.
Ow! Damn it!
There. I've got another picture of a complete stranger. Maybe I'll ask around about this one.
Kind of creeps me out. Not sure why. Wanna shake my
Shake
hand?
hands, Dwayne.
Why?
Just being friendly.
Let's just be friendly by keeping our hands to ourselves. Yeah?
Do you know anything about Club Alamut?
Does this matchbook mean anything to you?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
I don't trust you. Okay, I'll keep my eye on you.
Okay, well, I'll see you around, Dwayne.
Count on it, George.
The merchant was selling fruit. I decided I might have some later.
Okay.
How did this guy make a living selling useless old machine parts in the middle of nowhere?
You know, there's always some American tourists who thinks they're antiques.
The stand was hawking ancient machine parts.
Okay. Can't go anywhere else? Yeah, let me check it. Ah, the screen pans. Always gotta check if there's more to the screen. Oh, and I can go in here. Okay.
The stand had kebabs dangling from the canopy. As a marketing device, it lacked something. In the still air, the smell hung around like bad smells do. The stallholder's face wasn't a great ad for running a kebab stand.
What's wrong with his face?
Hi, what's your name, sir?
Oh,
Hello, you buy kebab. Moscow.
okay. Yeah, he does have a weird face.
I'd value your opinion on this, sir.
La, you buy kebab. None?
I guess he doesn't speak much of English.
What do you make of this, sir?
You buy kebab. You buy kebab. Yum, most good.
I think I'll pass.
I'd value your opinion on...
La,
Okay. I'm not getting anywhere fast.
Well, goodbye.
most good.
Okay, can you go here or here? Check this out. Oh, he seems very shady.
The carpet seller looked craftier than the offspring of a fox and an insurance agent.
And yep, that's the same symbol on the
It was the pattern. I'd seen that pattern somewhere recently.
matchbook, of course.
The carpet seller had an impressive collection of wares. If I had the time and the money, I might have bought a couple of rugs.
Muruba! Hello, sir!
Hi there. Kind of worried. What should I ask?
Does this mean anything to you?
Yes, yes, carpets, yes?
Okay. Take my hand.
Does this mean anything to you?
Yes, yes.
Okay, what about this then?
Does this matchbook mean anything to you?
Ah, give to me, give to me. Alamut.
Does he think I'm a member of something? It's like a secret pass? Okay. Hope they don't suspect anything.
Greetings, my most fortunate possible friend.
Huh? Do I know
Hi
you,
there.
mister?
No, no, and again I say, no. But, my friend, do you not see our mutual good fortune in this meeting?
How frank do you want me to be?
You are a traveler, yes?
Boy, you must be the world's greatest detective.
No. I am told that is Sherlock Holmes of the big forehead and slipper full of shag. I, as contrast, am world's greatest luxury taxi driver.
I can see where this is going.
I am Ultar, taxi driver and luxury guide per excellent. Yes.
This I had to hear.
Where does your heart desire to go? Simply mention the name to your obedient servant, and we shall fly there, swift as the eagle.
Oh, well, I don't really want to leave Marib yet, but I'm sure that if I do, you'll be the first to know.
Is good. You know where you want to go, you come to Ultar.
Thanks. See you around, Oltar.
Be having a pleasant day, full of shining experiences and happiness, my friend.
Okay. I just got here. Is someone already trying to sell me something?
The club manager's bonhomie seemed forced. Looking at the place, I could understand.
Bonhomie? Hi there.
Hi. Nice club you've got here. I was wondering if you could help me. What? I mean, I beg your pardon? I'm sorry, but I don't understand.
No surprise there, all righty. He says sorry, but he not speak English.
But he didn't say anything.
He not have tongue.
No tongue? What happened?
It was bet.
And he lost.
He won. You should see other chappie. Oh, yes.
Okay.
The spittoon was nearly full. What did they sell here? Drinks or expectorants?
You.
The outside of the ornate spittoon was beautiful. The inside wasn't.
Okay. I guess the only thing here is this door. And he was pointing to it. Would be something important.
Damn, the door's locked. I'm sorry? Did you say something?
He say you not to go in toilet. Read sign, matey.
Matey?
It lose something in translation.
By staring hard at the notice and squinting, I discovered I couldn't understand a word of it.
Okay. I guess there's nothing to do here yet. Maybe at some point I will need Mr. Ultar's services. Okay. Okay, that wasn't as unpleasant as I expected. I thought there would be more shady people inside the club. And they would be kind of...
I figured going out into the countryside was a pretty good way to get lost.
They would suspect that I didn't really belong in that place. Actually, if I get stuck here, I might just go somewhere else, like to the other location. Wait, can I? Can I leave to Spain already?
There were some great bargains on. I hadn't come all this.
If I throw a ball at it. Something about this cat that I gotta do while he's standing there. Hope it's not throwing a ball at him, but yeah, okay. No. Yeah, after a while he comes back. Okay, I might just not have the correct item yet. I talk to you
Hi,
again?
Nijo.
Hello again, sir. And how may I help you this time?
Oh. A lot more people to ask.
Is that your father lurking in the back of the stand?
He is indeed a roaring fellow. Ayub's his name.
You don't sound like you respect him very much.
Don't I? Not only do I respect him, I rather like him. For all his bluster, we get on very well.
Well, he didn't get on very well with me. He just looked at me and went back inside. Kinda rude. Okay.
Who's the guy selling the kebabs?
Oh, that's Arto. A miserable blighter to be sure, sir.
He doesn't seem very happy.
He never is. Day in, day out, a face like a wet Wednesday. Whatever one of those is.
Does he speak any English?
Not cogently, no.
What do you know about that couple?
Oh, they're American.
Is that all?
The chap's a little odd. As for the lady,
Oh, yeah.
it's a funny thing. But I get the impression she's a lot cleverer than she's letting on.
Is that so?
I met an interesting guy earlier, a cab driver.
Ah, that would have to be Utar, a barbaric sort of chap.
Oh, he's not that bad.
You know how he speaks in Pidgin English? That's how he speaks in Arabic too.
Pidgin English?
That's not a very friendly cat you got there, Nijo.
No, sir. It is a very unfriendly cat.
Why do you keep it?
Oh, it's not mine. It just rests where it pleases. And today, it pleases to rest there. As Kipling would say, it is a cat that walks by itself.
Fiercely independent.
And it smells.
What they call the bodega cats or something? That a lot of stores sometimes have street cats that just like to hang around.
Seriously, do you really think this thing's so great?
Take it away.
So long, Nijo.
Toodle peep.
Toodle peep. Okay, hang on. Let me just try talking to Pearl again. Tell her how weird her husband is.
Hello again, Pearl.
Why, hello, George. It's such a pleasure to see you again.
Oh yeah, do you know this altar fellow?
Have you met the taxi man, Ultar?
Heavens, yes. What a big man. Very muscular.
But you didn't go for a ride.
Why, George, you're absolutely the most... Oh, you mean a taxi ride? No, Dwayne wasn't interested, so it didn't happen.
Yeah, I meant a taxi ride. What sort of ride were you thinking?
You said that your company is based in Akron.
And Dwayne said it's in Cleveland, no doubt.
Well, yes, he did.
Dwayne was in the Marines and Vietnam, you know. Anyway, he got a medical discharge. Thing is, he gets confused. We moved away from Cleveland 5 years ago.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean...
He also gets a little paranoid. Thinks he's a spy or something.
I'm so sorry, Pearl.
Don't worry yourself, George. We live with it.
Oh. Feel kind of bad now thinking he was weird. Okay, I guess I'll ask everything about
I've got
every
some
item.
plaster of Paris.
That's nice, dear.
Do you know what this is?
Lord, no. It looks painful, though.
It's a sewer key.
Who'd want to break into a sewer?
Have you ever heard of anybody calling himself Merlin?
Merlin?
No, Merlin. Merlin. There's an O in there.
Merlin.
You haven't, have you?
No, darling. No Moulins.
What do you think of this?
Oh, looks scientific. It's a blood pressure thing, isn't it?
Yeah, I kind of stole it from the hospital.
What do you make of this grease paint stained tissue?
Oh, it's grease paint. I thought somebody had gaudy taste in makeup.
I've got to go now, Pearl.
It's been a pleasure, George.
Hi
there,
again.
Dwayne.
Hi there, George. How can I help you, young fella?
Have you met Ultar?
almost luxurious air-conditioned taxi ride, mister.
Yeah, the cabbie.
Tried
Good
to
impression.
pull a bunco on us. Take us on a wild goose chase off into nowhere.
So maybe I shouldn't go for a ride with him?
Look, I've got some plaster of Paris.
Yeah, and I've got a picture of me shaking hands with George Bush. Of course, that was back in '76.
What do you think of this grease paint stained tissue?
You've been hanging around with actors?
What do you make of this?
A manhole lifting key. So?
Hey, how come you recognize it?
Hey, how come you're carrying it?
Yeah, well, let's just drop the subject, shall we?
Yeah, don't ask questions why I'm carrying so many weird things. I'm an adventure game protagonist.
Do you know the name Merlin?
Nope.
Comes with the job.
What do you think of this?
A blood pressure gauge? Why in blue blazes are you carrying that?
I'm carrying it for a friend.
Adventure game protagonist, that's why.
What do you think of this?
It's a ball. Big deal.
Okay.
Okay, well, I'll see you around, Dwayne.
Count on it, George.
Why this fruit?
The stand was selling some fruit I didn't recognize. This is what travel is all about. Roam the world and discover strange fruit.
I guess. Can I swap the fruit for the ball?
In the still air, the smell hung.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think I can leave just yet, right? I think while I was in Ireland, I was only able to leave after I've solved the entire area, so I guess I can't just go back and forth to other countries, back to Paris and back here, so until I figure out what to do here, I'm stuck in Syria. Well, I guess I've asked around about Altar, and I guess I could try out his taxi ride. Hi there.
Hello again, Ultar.
Praise be to Allah. I am blessed with your bountiful presence once more.
Whoa. Okay, a lot more people to ask them.
Could you tell me what that sign means?
It's a door stay shut until brush come back. Signed, the management.
Oh, well, what does that mean?
Manager buy lovely new toilet brush, leaves it by wash basin for 10 minutes, come back, it been stolen. Not even out of wrapper. He damn cross. Lock up toilet and say, nobody use fine pristine toilet until brush given back. We say, what we do till then, eh? He say, cross legs and use superior willpower.
And that's what you've been doing?
No, Ultar use bucket.
Ew.
This place is certainly hard to find.
Oh yes, it is most exclusive. The membership can be no more than... Kind sir, what would you guess the population of the village to be?
Gee, I don't know, a couple of thousand?
Then I would estimate the membership to be no more than a couple of thousand.
What does that mean?
What do you make of that boy in the market, Nejo?
Nejo? Ha! Ayub's boy is too big for sandals. I speak splendid English and he laugh. He say, Ultar, you big ox, you split infinitive. I say, I split your head if you stay still long enough.
Okay.
Pretty funny, yes?
Hilarious.
Yeah.
You should be on cable. What do you know about the kebab seller?
A most miserable man. Ultar say, cheery up, matey mate, it might never happen. And he say, shut up, Ultar.
Fancy that.
Not at all. Arto has face like the drizzle that falls on the midweek afternoon, whatever that is.
Okay.
Have you met the American couple?
Have Ultar met them? Have Ultar met them? Yes, Ultar have met them.
And?
They most ungenerous. Ultar offer to show them wonders of countryside. They say, is there anything ancient? Ultar say, yes, of course. Nature is ancient. They say, no, anything ancient made by men. And Ultar say, have you seen Taxi? Fan belt older than Ozymandias.
It's not very comforting.
But they gone.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to ride on a taxi that old.
Do you know anything about the Templars?
Of course.
Yes? What can you tell me?
Great she-bop band of the 60s.
No, that's not really...
Who put the bop in the bop, 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 bop?
Yeah, eternal questions. Shake my hand, Ultar.
Ha ha! Remind me of thing that happened month ago. Maybe 6. Man come up to Ultar, say, shake hands, Ultar. But man have electric buzz thing in his hand. Ha ha! How
Yeah.
we laughed! Then I broke his arms.
I didn't think electrocuting the big Syrian was a good idea.
Yeah, who would do that?
What do you think of this ball?
Is most splendid, mister.
What do you think of this?
Is gadget.
It's a blood pressure gauge.
Blood pressure gauge. Is what Ultar said.
No,
Maybe not. What do you think of this plastic?
Not enough to make tasteful garden gnome, for example.
How about a really small garden gnome?
Ultar not think so.
What does this grease...
Nothing?
Have you seen this...
Oh, most certainly. Was here only
Wait, what?
yesterday.
Here? Yesterday? My God, he's close.
Uh-oh.
Yes, he was asking a lot of questions, just like you.
What did he ask about?
He asked about American called Stoby.
Stobart?
Yes, Stobart.
he knows
You
my
know him.
name.
The killer knew my name.
Uh-oh.
What else did he ask about?
He asked about German man called Klobner.
I tried to remember the name of the man the conspiracy had lost in Syria. Was his name Klausner?
Sure, that is what Ultar said. Klausner. I told this man in the picture, Klausner wanted to go up to Bull's Head.
Hold on, he wanted to go where?
Bull's Head. Big hill, 10 mile out of town. Maybe 60.
When was that?
Oh, maybe a week ago.
What can you tell me about this Bull's Head Hill?
It's most magnificent. Lovely views. Worth visiting. Yes, by indeedity.
How do I get there? No. Let me guess.
You'll take me
You
there by
need
taxi.
fine luxury guy to take you there in air-conditioned taxi.
Yeah,
Woe
yeah.
is me. Where can I find such a guide?
And Ultar is most luxurious guide for most literally some way, in any direction.
Gee willikers, lucky old me.
Are you
What a
desirous
coincidence.
of my pleasant and luxuriant service?
I guess so.
All right, let's go.
First, I regret the formalities. A trip to the Bull's Head. 50 Yankee dollars, please.
$50. I don't have $50.
Oh, most unhappy.
I don't think I have any money,
man.
actually.
Ultar then sorry, but he cannot take you on ride of lifetime.
Hold on, Ultar. Is there nothing I could barter with you?
Word that it was so, beloved friend. But my taxi needs gas, and its muffler needs the muffler doctor. Trading for these things is not possible. My heart weeps for the injustice, but it's box or zip, or unfortunate American.
Okay, maybe if I find some antique, I can sell it to Pearl and her husband, and for $50, and then I'll have the money.
Well, I still don't have any cash on me, American or otherwise.
Oh, unfortunate, most extreme. The delights of the Bull's Head Hill then must wait, I fear.
Hey, Yuki Sega. Come on, why are you spamming my name so much? Hydrate, sure. Wanna see the cup?
Well, I still don't have any cash on me, American or otherwise.
Oh, did it?
Okay. Okay.
See you around, old top.
May good fortune.
Okay, what can I sell to the American couple?
It must have taken him all morning just to set up his stall.
Hmm. There's something different. He only sells junk.
Hi, Nijo.
Hello again, sir.
Will you buy this for $50?
Seriously,
$50?
do you really think...
Take it away.
Yeah.
So long.
Toodle pip.
Put plaster on the cat, make it seem like a statue. I don't know.
Hmm.
Okay. I have a feeling if I just talk to people all over again, at some point,
Hello again, Pearl.
something will,
Why, hello, George.
some answer will come up.
Have you ever heard of a hill called the Bull's Head?
No. No, I haven't. Is it nearby?
I'm not sure.
Sounds awful romantic. The Bull's Head Hill.
I've got to go now.
It's been a pleasure.
What about you? 'Cause yeah, the puzzles
Hi
in
there,
this game,
Hi
not
there,
that hard
George.
if you just
How can I help you?
gotta
young fella?
find the right thing. Sometimes things will only show up after you've talking to someone else, and a new dialogue option will show up, a new item will show up. So if you talk to everyone about everything and use talk to about every item, eventually the solution should show up.
Have you ever heard of a hill called the Bull's Head?
Can't say as I have. Where's that?
I don't know. I'm trying to find out.
Bull's Head, huh? I must remember that. Sounds scenic.
Yeah, I gotta find out where it is to see if it's worth paying $50 to get there by taxi.
Okay, well, I'll see you around.
Count on it.
Okay, what about you?
Suddenly, I realized the horrific truth. The guy was basting the kebabs with a toilet brush.
You're the one who stole it.
Does this mean anything?
No,
What do you make of this?
you buy kebab.
What do you think of...
Buy kebab? Nah,
What do you think of this?
buy kebab.
What do you make...
You buy.
Well,
I guess he wants me to buy kebabs.
have a nice day.
Most.
Close up, I could see flies love kebabs.
You.
In the still air, the stallholder's face wasn't a...
Should I tell the club owner that I found his missing brush?
The carpet seller looked craftier than the...
What if I talk to you again?
Hello, sir.
Yeah, he's probably just gonna say the same thing.
What do you think?
Hello, sir.
Yeah, lovely carpets.
What do you...
Hello, sir.
Lovely carpet.
What do you...
Lovely.
What do you...
Hello, sir.
Does this mean anything?
Yes.
What do you think?
Hello, sir. Ma asala.
Okay.
There wasn't much point in trying to launch an in-depth conversation when I couldn't speak Arabic and he couldn't speak. Period. Hello again, Ulto.
Praise be to Allah. I am blessed with your bounty.
Yeah.
This is a key for lifting manhole covers.
You carry some strange stuff with you, mister.
See you around.
May good.
Okay. It's not about informing him where his brush is. Probably, I don't know, maybe I'll need to get some local money to buy his kebab. And then he'll get the brush, and then... I don't know.
Hi there, Dwayne.
Hi there.
Have you had any dealings with the kebab seller?
Absolutely not. Pearl's already had one attack of Montezuma's revenge.
Okay.
Count on.
Yeah, I guess I'll ask around about this guy.
Hello again, Pearl.
Why, hello.
Have you had anything from the kebab stand?
Hey, Evans, no, with my digestion.
Yeah, I guess I wouldn't
I've
eat
gotta
from
go
that
now,
place
Pearl.
either.
It's been a...
Okay, what about Nijo?
Hi, Nijo.
Hello again, sir.
Look, this is going to sound a bit strange, but I need Arto's brush.
What? The brush he bastes the kebabs with?
Yes.
Let me find some dirty postcards for you instead.
Nijo, this is serious. Arto stole that brush he's using from a friend, and I want to get it back.
Perhaps I could help you, old chap. Maybe? Perhaps?
Maybe what? Perhaps.
You want something in
I
return?
do not wish to seem mercenary, sir, but I am a
Yeah.
merchant, and merchants trade.
Merchant? This isn't Sears and Roebuck here.
Well, if you're going to be disagreeable,
No, you're right. What would you like?
I seem to recall that you have something that might alleviate my boredom. A globe of delight. A
The red ball.
Rubicon spheroid of heavenly pleasure.
You mean
Rubicon
the ball, don't you?
spheroid.
A tiny spherular form that barely spans my hand, yet
Yeah.
promises hours of amusement.
If you mean the ball, why don't you just say so?
Can I have the ball back, mister?
Sure.
All right, here you go.
Thank you, sir. People say bad things about Americans, but you're okay in my book.
What people? What bad things?
Never mind that now. Remember the brush?
Right, yes, the brush.
All you have to do with Arto is be polite. It lightens his day, makes it all worthwhile for him again.
How can I be polite to the guy when I can't speak a word of Syrian?
Arabic.
That's what I meant.
Simply memorize this phrase. Il-ach il-kalb.
Il akal kalb.
Close enough. Now, go over to Arto and deliver those honeyed words even unto his delicate ear. He won't be able to do enough for you.
Really?
Really.
I would like to know what it means, though. What am I saying?
That's not a very friend.
No,
Why do you keep
oh, as
fiercely
Okay.
and it's
Okay, that's repeated.
So long, Nijo.
toodle.
Okay, let's talk to Arto and see what happens.
Hello again, sir.
Hello. Kebab? Yes?
Il akul kalb?
Filthy. Bad. I'll kill you.
Oh, I knew it.
Calm down.
It was an insult, wasn't it?
Do your thing.
Yep. He's gonna chase me into the club, I wonder? Eat to do your thing. Okay. Well, that didn't help me get the brush. Nijo's just pulling a prank on me. Yo.
What the heck did you tell me to tell him?
Patience, sir.
Patience? Patience? I've been chased by a homicidal kebab seller, and you expect me to be patient?
But consider, sir, while you were running from the irate Arto wasn't using the brush.
Hold on. Are
And
you
you took
telling
it.
me that I've been used as a diversionary tactic?
Your brush, sir.
I can't believe that you put me on that kebab seller's death list for a toilet brush.
The ends justified the means, sir.
Yeah, but I noticed it wasn't your butt that was on the line, though.
They also serve who only stand and wait, sir.
Oh, spare me. Thanks for getting the brush and risking my life to do it.
Anytime. Glad to be of service.
Okay.
So long, Nijo.
Toodle peep.
Toodle peep. Well, let's give the brush back to the guy in the club and maybe he'll give me something in return. Or allow me to get inside that bathroom?
There wasn't much when I could...
Here you go.
Here's your brush, sir. It wasn't easy getting it back.
Hmm?
The manager took the brush from me, gave me the toilet keys as my reward, and stomped off. What was all that about?
Manager, he say, bah, look at state of this. Need much cleaning and detergent before go around my, you bend.
He said all that?
Body language account for much, you know? Oh, yes, indeedy.
Yeah, like how did you interpret all of that? He didn't actually say anything. Okay, I guess I'll see what's in the bathroom. Not really expecting much, but
The mirror was as clean as anything else in there. It was a roller towel dispenser. The design of the toilet was a little different from what I was used to, but a toilet chain is a toilet chain all over the world.
yeah, is this like a squatting toilet or something?
I hadn't drunk anything since the morning, and I didn't need to use it. And I thought the French had strange toilets.
What the?
Oops.
I broke it.
It was the short length of chain I'd taken from the toilet at the Club Alamut.
What? Door barely got unlocked and it's already broken again. No one's going to use it. Can I sell the chain to the American couple? I wonder. Would be kind of sneaky, but worth a shot. Oh, Pearl. I found something ancient you might want.
Hello again, Pearl.
Why, hello.
Wait, should I say this?
Do you know what Il Akal Kalb means?
My, sounds romantic.
Yeah, I don't think it is, though.
Yeah, you shouldn't go around saying it.
What do you think of this toilet chain?
My, but you're a strange one, George.
Yeah, don't say it's a toilet chain. Come on.
I've got the keys to a toilet here.
With my digestion, you better keep them handy. But I'm terrible.
All right.
I've got to go.
It's been a...
The merchant was selling...
Okay, now figure out where this toilet chain goes.
Hi there, Dwayne.
Hi there, George.
What does this toilet chain mean to you?
It means that somewhere somebody can't flush the toilet.
Yeah, makes sense.
I've got the keys to it.
Executive washroom?
Not exactly.
I mean, I guess if I have the keys, I'm the only one who can use them.
Okay, well,
I should have
Down on it.
left it unlocked or left the keys around or something. Why? Then again, not that many people in that club, I guess. Oh, he's just playing with the ball now. Okay, I guess I can try the cat and bell thing again. The cat. And try ringing the bell. He's gonna throw the ball at his guy's head. Oh. Okay. Oh. Something happened. I think the ball hit this thing and the cat dropped this statue.
The fall hadn't done the statuette much good. It had lost its arms and gotten pretty chipped.
I hope you didn't see me just pick up an item that fell from his shelf.
Nejo was still by the stand and... Hi, Nejo.
Hello again.
May I have this statuette? It is broken after all.
Certainly. And when my father deals with that feline for breaking it, you can have a Davy Crockett hat as well.
Oh dear.
What does this toilet chain mean to you?
Are you building a bathroom in easy installments?
Do you recognize these keys?
No.
Okay.
So long, Nejo.
Toodle pip, sir.
Okay, I think I'm on the right track there with having to sell something to the American couple.
Hello again, Pearl.
Why, hell,
Are you interested in antiquities?
am I? What have you got there, George?
How about this fine statuette?
Oh, George, that'd be...
Yeah,
I
it's
don't
very
think-
old.
I don't know. It looks new, George. You wouldn't be trying to make a fool out of me, would you, George?
Good God, no, Pearl. Nothing could be further from my mind.
Dang it.
I've got to go now.
It's been...
How do I make it look older? Like, put plaster over it?
The grease paint had worked magic.
Aha.
Now it looked like aged marble instead of cheap plaster.
Aha.
Hello again, Pearl.
Why, hello, George. It's such a pleasure to see you again.
What do you think of this fine piece of ancient statuary?
Oh, Matt, that's just what I've been looking for. Just one thing, though.
Oh?
It looks awful similar to that modern one you showed me.
Oh.
Ah, well, that's because... You see, that's because the first one I showed you was a modern copy of this one. And I sought out the artist who'd done the copy and bought the original. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, that's the
Oh,
ticket.
George, how can you ever forgive me?
There's nothing to forgive. Believe me. Would you like it?
Would I ever? I'm not carrying the money, though. If you go and find Dwayne, he'll pay you for it. If he gives you any trouble, just tell him that I want it.
Alright.
I've got to go now, Pearl.
It's been a pleasure, George. Don't be a stranger.
Hi there, Dwayne.
Hi there, George.
Hi there, George.
What do you think of this?
Good gravy. Looks old.
Yeah, I had to turn this town upside down.
Boy, your luck's better than ours. Looks Roman.
I wouldn't know.
What do they say back home? How much do you want, George?
Oh, I couldn't. It's the find of a lifetime. I mean...
$50. Take it or leave it.
What a coincidence. That's exactly how much I would ask.
There you go.
And here you go.
Thanks for the money, Dwayne. This'll come in real handy.
I ought to be thanking you for finding this Roman statuette.
Yeah, it is Roman, sure.
Okay, well...
Count on it, George.
Okay. I got the money for altar. Now he can take me to Bull's Head Hill. And hopefully I'll find something there. Here's your money.
Hello again, Ultar.
Praise be to Allah. I am blessed with your bountiful presence once more.
About Bull's Head Hill.
Are you desirous of seeing this most splendid place?
Well, maybe.
A terrific bargain. Only 50 of your Yankee bucks.
50, huh?
I don't know. Maybe. Alright, I guess.
Okay, it's a deal. Here's the cash.
Ah, most splendid. As you say, the cash price mullah is correct. Mister, we make with haste.
Where exactly is your taxi? Because the only vehicle I can see around here is an aging army surplus truck.
Yes?
Ah. Okay, I'll be along in a minute. It didn't seem right to take off with the toilet keys, so I left them on the bar.
Yeah. Would be kind of mean. Okay. That's his luxurious taxi.
Hello again, Ultar.
His most splendid and adventurous client.
What does this toilet chain mean to you?
You
Yeah,
got
I broke
brass
it.
back so you could steal chain? You're sure strange cookie, mister, yes?
You never know, it might be useful.
That's your taxi?
Oh, yes, most assuredly. Most entirely splendid taxi in all Marib.
It looks like an old army truck to me.
Bah! You Americans with your checkerboard caps and your judd hearses. You have lost sight
Your
of
what?
what a taxi should truly be.
About 4 tons by the look of it.
There, you have hit the nail in the nutshell.
Okay, already, let's go.
Regrettably
Nail in a
not,
nutshell.
most esteemed fair, there is a minor problem of a tiny nature. The fan belt has taken it upon itself to break.
So, what are you gonna do?
What can I do? I must wait for a ride to the garage for a replacement.
How long is that gonna take?
1 day, maybe 6.
I can't wait that long. We gotta get moving.
But how, my friend?
I'll think of something.
Uh,
Bye for now, Ultar.
probably
May
the
good
chain will
fortune follow you,
act as a
mister.
belt. No?
Hello again, Ultar.
His most
What does this toilet chain?
You got
Guess not.
Bye for now, Ultar.
May
Huh.
Ultar was standing around at a loose end. I had a feeling that something was wrong. Again.
Guess I'll keep asking around.
Hi, Nijo.
Hello again.
No?
So long, Nijo.
Toodle.
Toodle peep.
Hello again,
Why, hello.
No?
I've gotta go.
That's been...
The stand was hawking ancient machine parts. I couldn't imagine where they'd come from, or who'd want them.
Wait, does the machine part include a fan belt for a car?
He didn't have any.
No? Okay.
Hi there, Dwayne.
Hi there.
Okay.
Count.
Hi there, Arto. No hard feelings?
Hello again, sir.
filthy bad.
Okay, I'm going.
Okay, I guess, yes, hard feelings. Okay, what do I do with this chain then? do something with these spittoons? I hope not. Okay. Anything else in the bathroom? Oh, yeah, the
I knew the door was locked.
paper towel would not be used. Would not serve as a fan belt. What else could I use?
I knew the door.
Okay, just leave the door unlocked. Come on.
It was a roller towel dispenser.
Yeah, nothing else here. Okay. And then as I leave, he's just gonna leave the keys back, huh? Imagine.
It didn't seem.
Yeah. Huh. Not a lot of options here.
Hello, sir. Lovely.
What do you think?
Lovely.
Il Akul Kalb?
Ha ha ha! You speak nature, yes?
Ah.
Ma'asalam.
He's famous for teaching foreigners that bad language, I guess. Huh.
How did this guy make a... The stand was hawking ancient machine parts. I hadn't come all this way to seek out curios.
And back he goes. Wait. The target for the cat is still here, even though the cat's not here anymore. The hot spot.
Nejo was still by the stand and still looking bored.
I guess he lost the red ball.
Well, I had a feel.
It's weird.
Hello. He's most.
Yeah, I thought the chain would work, but
Bye for now.
Me.
The stand was selling some fruit I didn't recognize. This is what travel is.
Okay, I'm kind of stuck here, and I'm not sure what I can do next. Not a lot of options. And just as I said that, if you talk to everyone at enough,
Hello again.
Why?
dialogue options will
I've got to go.
That's been.
the right dialogue option will show up. But I've talking to everyone,
Hi there, Dwayne. Hi.
exhausted all possibilities. and
Okay,
still not sure what to do.
There were some great bargains on the shelf.
Why do I have this chain? If I am going to use the chain later, I mean, this is not the kind of game that you can get soft locked, so I'm trying to think as a game from the game design perspective. If I am going to use the chain later, the game has to somehow make sure that I have the chain when I leave this area. Everything else, I was already carrying it, so it would not be a big deal. Kind of wish I could repeat the dialogue where he said exactly what is wrong with his car. He said it was a fan belt.
Bye for now.
May good.
I thought if I found an item that could be used as a fan belt, it would solve the problem.
In the still air, close up, I could... The stall holder's face wasn't a great ad for running...
I might as well try out all the items.
Hello again.
Yeah, if the items aren't lit up here, that means I can't
Bye
use
for
it.
now, old talk.
Kind of wish I could click on the car to open it and see what's inside or something. Maybe have a puzzle that would allow me to fix it myself. Okay, maybe there is something else in the bathroom that I missed.
Hello, sir.
It must have taken him...
Or maybe I do have to use the spittoons for something. Might as well try everything. Okay. Yeah, I can still get the keys, so maybe that means the fact that I can still get inside the bathroom after I've used the toilet, maybe there is something else to do there. Pixel hunting. At this point, I'm trying to use everything on everything. Wait, what? Oh, the keys also unlock this. No, I do it.
Towels sat in the open dispenser like a wad of dirty chewing gum.
Oh, so the towels can be used as a belt. I thought they would be more fragile, I guess.
It was a length of coarse gray toweling from the toilet at the Club Alamut.
Well, I guess they are like actual towels, and I thought it would be like some paper towels or something. But... Okay, I got unstuck.
It didn't seem right.
Though I'm guessing I'm going to have to use the chain at some point. I'm going to say, oh, there's something else wrong with the car. And it needs a chain.
Hello again, Ultar.
His most splendid and...
Is this any use?
My friend, the very thing, yes!
Got the musical cue that of puzzle being solved.
Ultar took the towel from me, cut it in two lengthways, and gave me half back. With his half, he did the kind of fan belt replacement that's normally done with stockings.
Now, if I knot the ends together, so... Serviceable, yes? Very serviceable indeed.
Stockings might work on a Bentley, but on a truck, the coarse toweling did the job nicely.
Come along, my friend. You want to see the bull's head? Yes.
Really use stockings to serve as a fan belt? The 3D truck. Wait, is someone watching me? I feel like somebody's watching me. Okay. Right. Can grab a stick. Was I gonna make a slingshot or something?
With a flourish, I tied the end of the towel to the stick with a textbook reef knot.
Or a torch? Okay.
Centuries of hot days and cold nights had opened a crack in the cliff edge, deep into the living rock.
Is it safe to go in there?
I'd damaged that tree enough for one day. A young tree grew at the edge of the drop. I could see that crack would make a good anchor point.
Or what?
I could see that...
Oh. I guess I'm using the stick as an anchor? I mean... Isn't it gonna break? I have something much stronger here. Okay.
Well, that looked really safe. But I had no choice. I hadn't anticipated going mountaineering when I'd come to Syria.
Okay. Clearly a hidden door, right? Is it just me?
Close up, the niche looked somehow artificial. I didn't like the idea of putting my hand in there. But hey, what the heck? I was only risking mutilation. No blade took my hand off at the wrist, and no scorpion stung me, for which I was very grateful. But there was something in there. A metal ring, as wide as my hand.
It's not an item. Do I pull it?
I took a firm hold of the ring. I tried not to think of death traps, and pulled. Whoa.
Aha.
There!
Hey, Norman. Welcome. Currently exploring, I guess, an ancient location in Syria. Yeah, I'm feeling like I'm playing an Indiana Jones game now. And look who
Around
is.
the corner, I found the corpse.
Look
Oh
who it
my
is.
God. Klausner? Large as life and twice as dead. I'd hardly had time to accept the fact when I heard the door mechanism start up again.
Uh-oh.
Oh man, no! The door had slammed shut, trapping me. I
Well.
had a bad feeling about how Klausner had died.
Yeah. You bought a synthesizer? Huh. You know how to play those? I mean, I think I've seen someone using one of those, actually on stream, but Yeah, it was mostly for creating kind of weird music. Yeah, using electrical signals to create notes. Or is it like those ones where you put you connect a wire, like a metal rod to a flat piece that creates the note, and you can kind of play it like a tiny piano? Is that the thing you bought?
A stone head bearing 3 bearded faces. It was a strange image, but a powerful one, redolent with antiquity and ancient mysteries.
88 keys Yamaha piano. Oh, so it's like a keyboard, the piano keyboard. I actually have one of those. Oh, it used to be in my room here. I played a little bit of piano when I was a kid, but not enough to actually, play full music with both hands. Just play very simple melodies with one hand. Never got like too much of a piano education. I didn't really like practicing, but it still works actually. Oh yeah, the kind that you can select a type of instrument. Yeah, I have one of those. I think it's a Yamaha as well. Of course, mine's a much older model, probably much older than yours. I've had it since I was a kid.
I couldn't take the inscription with me. All I could do was stare at it and try to memorize it. In occidenta sita est in ora mundi. Okay, that would have to do.
Are you gonna play it on stream and then mix it off stream to create music, or are you going to make your own intro music? Oh, you're gonna play our game's soundtrack. I think there are probably places online where you can find like sheet music for video game music. I know. I remember I found a lot of like downloads for sheet music for lots of games. Ooh.
Whatever had been in the bottle had been drunk. Klausner must have died of thirst and dehydration.
Yikes.
Bullwhips might be handy for exploring ancient ruins, but they're no use when you're trapped in a cave. Klausner clearly fancied himself as a latter-day Indiana Jones.
Yeah.
I've done more fun things in my life than searching a corpse, but as my life expectancy wasn't great, I figured I should try every new challenge that came my way. I cautiously flicked open the jacket.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, what's this? I'd found some kind of lens. A very old lens made from a very hard glass. That settled it. The knight on the manuscript had been holding a lens the whole time, not a crystal ball.
Oh, I found the lens I was looking for.
There was nothing else in the pouch.
Always kind of jarring when I hear the sound quality differs, like the lines were recorded at different times in different places. Sometimes one line has more echo than another. Kind of weird.
I couldn't see any marks of violence, apart from his fingertips being scraped raw, and that seemed self-inflicted. Klausner had been pretty smart to get this far, but he was still dead.
Let's hope I can, find a way out that he didn't find.
I searched the corpse. No portable phone, no demolition charges, no 5-course meal. You'd think international conspirators would go around better equipped.
Nothing else, I guess. Wait, what?
Mouth's opening. It must be Ultar. My God, if he comes in, we'll both be trapped. Ultar! Don't come in! It's a trap! Stay where you are! You!
Uh-oh.
Hello, Mr. Stobart. We meet in the most unusual places.
Hi there.
Please, do not make any sudden moves. I have no desire to maim you.
Did you say maim?
I did. Dead men tell no tales, as you say. And I want to hear everything that you have to tell me.
And what if I don't want to talk?
Then I shall, most regrettably, have to kill you. Rest assured, however, that I am an excellent shot you would not suffer.
Oh, that's good. Believe me, I'm really assured.
It is dark in here. I think we should conduct our business outside.
Why should I make myself an easier target?
If I fire at you, Mr. Stobart, I shall hit you even in here. But, unfortunately, my marksmanship will suffer. It could be the difference between hitting you in the leg or the groin.
Boy, it sure is hot in here.
No sudden move.
Yeah, let's get outside.
Now then, where shall we start?
How about being bosom buddies and you putting that gun away?
Klausner, do you know where he is?
Oops. Tell the truth or lie? Okay, he's in there. Go in there without me. Then up close behind. Should I lie and say, no, I don't know where he is? But then you just check and see that I was lying. Yeah, maybe better tell the truth.
Yep, he's dead. Just around the corner of the cave. You want to look?
I'll take your word for it. How did he die?
Starvation or dehydration by the look of it.
He was caught in this trap you were shouting about? Yes, I suspected as much. The Templars were not ones to give away their secrets lightly. Was he carrying anything of importance?
No, of course not. Can I save? Kind of wanted, kind of wanted to see if, should I keep? Probably doesn't matter actually.
No, nothing.
So, why is this location important? What did the Templars hide here if not an artifact?
I don't know.
Well, there is something, I guess, but you can't move it.
Yes? What is it?
It's a treasure map. X marks the spot.
Come now. Do you expect me to believe that?
Yeah, okay. You caught me. But round the corner, there is something in Latin up on the wall.
Latin? Do you remember it, Mr. Stobart?
In accidenta cita est, in ora mundi.
Ah, the words of Caesar. Yes, that makes sense.
Well, I know that roughly it means to the west, to the edge of the world. But what the heck is that about?
It tells me where the sword of Baphomet lies. Mr. Stobart, I am sure that you are just what you appear to be. A gifted amateur.
Thanks, I think.
But I can no longer tolerate your interference. There is far more at stake than you realize.
So what are you gonna do?
I regret that we must end this here and now. Your
Wait,
only
come
choice
on.
now is whether you die like a man or like a dog.
Let's talk about this. Like a man?
Okay, you're the boss. I'll take my medicine.
You are an honorable man, Mr. Stobart, a rare breed. I should like to shake your hand.
Yeah. Well, what the heck?
Yeah, shake my hand. Bzz. Finally got to use it. Woo! Oh. Back in Nico's apartment, Vol
Luckily,
cut
the
his
canopy
escape.
on Ultar's truck broke my fall.
Thank goodness for that.
The worst part of the experience was Ultar's driving.
What about the lens? Is it still in one piece?
Oh yeah.
Well, it's good to see you again, Josh.
Really?
You.
Well, I have to say, I'd have enjoyed Syria a lot more if you'd been there.
I wouldn't have been much help. Anyway, you did just fine on your own.
Okay. Well, we have the lens, so we might as well go to the church. Then later we'll go to Spain.
Just how long have you known Laban?
Andre? We met at... He helped me out when I was a fresher.
You never told me that before. I thought he was just,
So he is.
Why do you
I
care about
hardly see
her
him
relation,
these
her
days.
past
You know,
relationship with
he
this guy?
hasn't changed much. A little lesser at the front, perhaps. I'd forgotten how much fun he could be.
Okay, I don't need to see the manuscript again.
I'd better get back to...
Okay, where was Montfaucon? Oh yeah, this is the sewer where we found the secret passage where we saw the Templars meeting. Huh? Oh, hello.
Excuse me, Father.
Pardon?
Do you mind if I ask you a few questions?
Not at all, monsieur. It will be my pleasure to help you.
I played the second game. Yeah, but it's been so long that I don't really remember much of it. Do any people, I mean, besides George and Nico, do any people from this game show up in the second as well? I mean, I don't like the guy because he's already killed a bunch of people and wanted to kill me, so...
I noticed that the stained glass window on the left looks more modern than the middle one.
You have a keen eye, monsieur. The original window was destroyed in the last war. It was as old as the church, early 14th century.
Oh, man, that's awful.
Oui, a terrible loss. Still, the church and the other windows survived.
Andre? I don't remember who Andre is, actually.
How long have you worked here?
Hardly work, monsieur. This is a calling. I have been helping Father Flambert for nearly 6 months now.
I guess you don't know much about the history of this church, then.
Just a little.
You've got quite a shine on that candlestick.
Ah, oui. Anything less than best would be an insult to the Almighty.
I guess so. I never thought of it like that. What do you know about the Knights Templar?
You have come to the right place, if that is your interest. Many of them were executed in the square outside. It was a disgrace to France.
Well, the Pope was right behind it, though.
Clement V was a man of mammon, not of God.
That's kind of forthright for a priest, isn't it?
You think so? It is hard to be sure what happened. It is so long ago.
I still have this chain, but couldn't I have gone through that entire Syrian part without taking this chain? I wonder. Was it completely? Is it completely optional item? I wonder.
Do you speak Latin?
You ask this of a priest?
Okay. Can you tell me what per disciplinum meam lux videbus means?
Let me see. That would be, by my teachings, you will see the light. I think.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
I don't know if I should bother asking about these, but what else? What?
Have you ever
What the
seen
heck?
anything like this lens?
No, never. The glass seems subtly colored in some way.
Yeah, I've never noticed that before.
Really? Take my hat.
I thought about using the shake and shock on him, but I couldn't do that to a priest.
Yeah, it's not. Have you seen this guy?
Have you seen this man before?
No, I have never seen him before.
Yeah, if he ever sees me again, he'll be quite angry.
What do you think of this?
A precious sleeve and valve? What should I think?
Never mind. Catch you later.
Okay,
Au
let's
revoir,
get on.
monsieur.
Let's get on with it. I'm pretty sure if I use the lens on this parchment and look through it, I'll see something.
The lens fitted into the end of the scroll like a hand into a glove.
Aha.
Per disciplinum meum lux videbus. Hey!
Well. Ooh. 3 lens elements need to be slid into the correct position to the circle so that they align the clear the cream. Each lens element can be moved by moving the mouse pointer over the number tab, and the grasp hand appears. Clicking and holding the mouse button will slide left to right. George will acknowledge the image once the lens is in correct position. Okay. Simple. Seems simple enough. Wait. Kinda. Okay, the dragging kinda janky. But this is in the right place. This is in the right place. And this is in the right.
Burning at the stake. And below him a date in Roman numerals.
And shaking his fist at whoever's burning him.
At the stake. And a date. Let me see. M C C C
1300
IV. That's
14.
1314.
Yeah. 1314, exactly. Okay, what? 1314. What does that tell me? I went through a lot of trouble to get this lens.
Stone knight lay in full stone, carrying all that armor around.
Only to get this number.
To think of the long centuries that it kept its secret. A stone knight. I wondered if this... Per discipline... A Knight Templar burning at the stake. Let me see.
Do you know anything about this date?
Hello again, Father.
Bonjour, monsieur.
Is the right-hand window original?
Oui, monsieur.
Yeah, good thing it wasn't broken like the others. Otherwise, I'd have a dead end here.
Do you speak Latin?
You asked.
Okay.
Let me
Okay, that's repeat.
Catch you later.
Au revoir, monsieur.
Anything else to do with the statue?
On the end of the staff was some kind of disc with a cross on it. Around the base of the disc was a hairline crack.
Am I supposed to break it off? Okay, maybe I need something else here first. Like maybe something from Spain to use it here. Like I needed both the lens and something else. Okay, I think that was it for now, so yeah, let's go to Spain. Yeah, the grayed out areas are areas that I've completed. I've been to Ireland, I've been to Syria. Now go to Villa de Vasconcelos. A few hours later. That was a little too fast, I couldn't see. Rather nice place. Hola.
Hi.
Hey.
Is this the De Vasconcelos house?
Vasconcelos.
Who wants to know?
I could tell the old coot was going to be trouble. My name's George Stobart. I was wondering whether...
The house is not open to the public.
This is the De Vasconcelos house.
And what business is that of yours, senor?
Look, all I want is to speak to the head of the household.
There is no household. Only the Countess and myself.
Okay, can I speak to the Countess then?
Tell me about the Countess de Vasconcelos.
She doesn't receive guests. That's all you need to know.
You don't even know what I have to talk to her about.
She hasn't won the lottery, has she?
No.
No, she hasn't won the lottery.
A more cunning man might have claimed that she had.
Oh yeah? They might have, might they?
And that more cunning man would have been kicked off the premises. The Countess doesn't do the lottery.
Oh, good thing I didn't say that she did then.
What do you know about the Templars?
Who wants to know?
Are you angling for a bribe or something?
You have nothing that I want, senor, except the pleasure of your absence.
The guy was obviously protecting the Countess against the whole world. But why?
Wanna
Would
shake
you
my
like
hand?
to shake hands?
I do not think so, senor.
Have you seen this guy?
Do you recognize this man?
No.
Okay. What do you think about this toilet chain?
Maybe not.
Which, yeah, I guess I could have visited this before I got the chain, so probably won't be useful here at any point.
What do you make of this?
So that's it. You're a salesman.
If I was hawking medical supplies, I can think of better places to hawk them. This lab pack?
Nothing.
Do you know what this is?
See, I have a similar tool for opening culverts on the estate.
Culverts.
Look at this tissue.
It's a tissue with some greasy muck on it.
Yes, that's right. Have you got any use for a fistful of plaster?
No.
Oh well. That's all I got.
I'll be going for now.
Adios, senor.
Okay, let's see. I imagine I might have to sabotage his hose at some point. Maybe if I distract him, I'll be able to go inside. Oh, the hose coming from the inside.
The hose ran from some sort of utility room all the way to the lawn. I didn't like the idea of carrying 30 yards of hose around me, so I left it alone.
Yeah, what's it gonna do if I try going inside? Is it gonna stop me or something?
Hey, you.
Yeah?
Oh.
What is it?
You would not like it if people just wandered into your home, would you?
Well, no, I guess not.
Then show a little consideration.
Okay. Sorry.
I guess he did stop me. Just by asking
The main
nicely.
part of the house was old, but nowhere near as old as the gatehouse section. Lopez, one man and his hose.
I didn't actually ask his name. How do you know his name is Lopez?
Hello again.
You again.
Yep, and it's a real bonus to see your smiling face, too. I'll be going.
Adios.
Okay, let's see where else.
I'm no student of architecture, but the little building looked old. I wondered if it was some sort of summer house.
Okay. Hope he doesn't mind that I'm just wandering around the premises like this.
The door was a handsome piece of work, in keeping with the ornateness of the rest of the building.
Probably locked, right?
Rats.
Yeah.
It's locked.
Figured as much. What
I
is
wasn't
this?
about to go clambering on rooftops if I didn't have to.
Probably going to have to at some point.
There was a statue of a guy on top of the building. He looked like a knight with a spear and some sort of staff.
Maybe a Templar knight? Okay, not much else.
Down below the estate, I could see the sea stretching away. It was a beautiful sight, and looked a lot like the scene from the manuscript.
Could she be the one supposed to be the woman looking at the mirror with three faces? Okay. Really nothing else here? Wait, can I leave here? Is this not like Syria, where I could only leave after completing the place?
Down the long, dusty driveway was a road along which a bus traveled maybe twice a day. I knew because I'd arrived on one. And no way was I leaving until I'd got something concrete to show Nico.
Okay, guess not. Yeah, I can't just go traveling across the world back and forth looking for something. I mean, kind of realistic, I guess, but it also makes it easier on the game that if you're stuck in one place until you solve it, that means you don't have to worry about all the other locations and all the other items. On the other hand, it's a little easier to get lost. Or get stuck if there are fewer options to try out. Yeah, I gotta do something with that with the hose then. Clicking on it makes him look like he wants to pick it up, but maybe using an item on it, like this pressure thing. I can tighten it, block the water. Yeah. Ooh, look at that. Looks like something's wrong with your hose.
My hose has stopped.
Yeah?
See, my hose never stops.
Well, I'm sorry to hear it. It's always sad when an old tradition comes to an end.
Did you have anything to do with it?
Well, I'm shocked. I'm mortified. How could you think such a thing?
Very easily, senor. Very easily. I'm going to find out why my hose has stopped. And that means going into the house. You are not, absolutely not, to go in the house. If you do go in the house, I will set the dogs on you.
Ooh. I'm gonna go in the house. First, let me take this off before he finds out that I did it. No, can I not take this off? Leave no evidence behind? No? Okay. I guess we're going inside. I hope he doesn't see me. Uh-oh. That's where the dogs are. Can I hide behind this?
Hey, you. I know you are there, American. All right, you dogs. I'm coming.
And still, he doesn't see me. You.
It was a small mirror hanging over the sink. From the scum in the sink, it looked like he shaved there. It was just a little utility room with no exit, unless you counted the window, and I didn't.
Okay, I'm guessing the Countess is upstairs. Oh, hello.
Madre Dios, who are you?
My name's George Stobart. I'm sorry to burst in like this.
You must leave at once. You're not wanted here.
Please, if you'd just listen a minute.
Very well. State your business,
Yeah.
Senor Stobart.
If you get to know me, maybe you'll like me.
There's been a series of murders, part of some conspiracy. Anyway, the trail led me here.
Here? There is nothing for the outside world here.
Over 600 years ago there was.
What do you mean?
This whole thing ties in somehow with the Knights Templar.
The Knights Templar are dust.
They had a secret that was so important, they went to a lot of trouble to hide it.
I do not see what this has to do with my family.
Your family had a strong connection with the Templars, right? I believe that they have planted some clues here.
Why should I believe a complete stranger who barges into my home?
Just let me have a look around.
Yeah, you
If
have
I
a point
find
there.
nothing,
You'll be spending the night at the police station. Very well. Please, sit down.
Well, let's hope I find something then.
I know your family is involved with the Templars, but I don't know how.
You should be asking how my family were involved, Senor Stobart. The Templars ceased to exist centuries ago. And as for De Vasconcelos, the
Actually-
line dies with me.
I'm sorry.
Don't be.
Yeah, the Templars are actually still around. I mean, there's still people who call themselves Templars and they're meeting in caves and under sewers.
Okay, whatever happened almost 700 years ago. So, if the Templars left any clues, they're going to be in stuff that dates back to the early 14th century.
Obviously.
So, what do you have around here that's early medieval?
Early medieval. Let me think. Well, the house is relatively modern, a scant 3 centuries old. Or, of course, the chess set.
That chess set is over 600 years old? It must be worth a fortune.
Indeed it is. Not that I would part with it, of course.
No, I wouldn't either. That's the sort of thing that gets handed down to your children. Sorry.
Its value is less
He
than
doesn't have
my
children.
set. The set is not complete. One of the pieces is a modern replacement. As to the original, it was lost a long time ago.
Nobody has any idea where it is?
No. The children had it when they were taken.
Children? What children?
All in good time, Senor Stobart.
May I examine the chess set?
Certainly. But do not move any of the pieces.
Okay, thanks. Close up, the modern piece stood out like a sore thumb. There was something else odd about the set. All of the original pieces had irregular bases.
Oh, hello.
My lady, I have to warn you, there's a...
Whoops.
You! Why, I'll feed you to the dogs.
Lopez, what have I told you about feeding intruders to the dogs?
But, my lady...
Never
Wait, what?
without my permission. Senor Stobart, if I find that you're wasting my time, you will be fed to the dogs. Now, I want to show you
Feeding
something
intruders to dogs, something that happens regularly here or something. Yikes.
Lopez, unlock the door, por favor.
Yeah, Lopez.
This is the only remaining structure on the estate contemporary with the Templars.
Nice. What is it, a summer house?
A mausoleum, Senor Stobart.
Oh,
Ooh,
Come
not
with
quite. Summer house. Yeesh.
Hey, senor.
yeah?
I do not know what you have told my lady to be shown these favors, but I do not trust you.
You've got nothing to worry about. Aren't you coming in?
No, the dead do not interest me. My garden is a living thing. I will be there.
Wow, this is old.
It was constructed in the 13th century as the final resting place for the De Vasconcelos Templars.
It's well maintained.
These are my ancestors, and they deserve respect. I come here at least once a week to say a prayer for them.
Mind if I have a look around?
By all means.
Okay.
Hanging from the ceiling was a huge yellowed candle. It looked really old and had never been lit.
Probably not until now.
I couldn't climb up there without breaking something. High up in the dome were windows. I guess they might open them to make it less stuffy in there. It was a rod with a cone and a hook on the end. I guessed it was for snuffing out the big candle in the chandelier.
Okay.
A big statuette of the Virgin Mary kept an eye on the place. On removing the Bible, I found a pattern on the lectern top. Hey! It's a checkerboard!
Huh?
Close up, I could see that the pattern was made up of glass squares over a checkerboard pattern.
Probably going to need that chess piece. Put it in there somehow.
Close up, over a check. It was too delicate to move.
Okay, what about this?
Now what? There was nothing to snuff. Feeling like an idiot, I put it down again.
Yeah, I guess a little too early. What about this?
The mausoleum contained 5 tombs for 5 of the Knights Templar, man-size in marble.
Okay. Do you know anything that could help?
May I ask you something?
You may ask.
Who exactly are these people?
My ancestors. These 5 men were all members of the Templars.
5 ancestors in the order. You must be very proud.
Not 5. 6.
Where's the 6th knight?
He was lost to us.
You lost an ancestor?
It is a family matter. It can have no relevance.
Well, it's connected with the curse of the De Vasconcelos, isn't it?
Yes, it is. I hope you will honor my desire not to talk about it.
Okay, well, I'll leave it for now.
When I shake my mouth, that's not good.
Is the Virgin Mary really the right person to be sharing a mausoleum with 5 knights?
You are showing your ignorance, Senor Stobart. The Templars were dedicated to the Virgin Mary.
You certainly know your history.
What's your opinion of the Templars, Senor Stobart?
The Templars? Well, they seem no worse than a lot of the knightly orders.
You are mistaken. Compared to the simpering politicians of the Hospitallers or the brutish Teutonics, the Knights Templar were the embodiment of chivalry. The filthy, money-grabbing French king and his pet pope did a great wrong. A bane settled upon my family at the whim of that self-seeking tyrant.
It was all a long time ago.
Some things don't die. Injustice is one of them.
Yeah, I guess depending on the media, sometimes the Templars are depicted as good guys, sometimes they're bad guys.
What's the story with the glass chessboard?
Glass chessboard. Oh, the pattern on the lectern, purely decorative, I'm sure.
There are pieces of glass missing from it.
Very unlikely.
It's been like that since I was a girl.
The gaps in the glass chessboard look awfully deliberate.
No, it is ridiculous. What possible significance can it have?
It's part of a chessboard, and the gaps are for...
Senor Stobart, you cannot mean...
This place was built for the Templars. Your chess set is as old as the Templars. It's kind of suggestive, isn't it?
Have you seen this guy?
Do you recognize this man?
No, I have never seen him before in my life.
Good thing.
Who is he?
I've got a couple of names for him, but they're probably false. He's the killer.
No, his face is utterly unfamiliar.
What would he say?
Would you like to shake hands?
A formal bow will suffice.
Okay. I kind of wondered what his response would be.
I think this must be it. This is what the manuscript is pointing to.
This is extraordinary. Am I
Okay.
to understand that the Templars left a puzzle here? And in all of this time, we failed to realize that there was a puzzle?
Well, yeah.
It's wonderful to watch the Countess.
It kind of happens a lot in adventure games.
Right. Well, no time for wallowing in self-pity, eh, Senor Stobart? This mystery has had a good long run, but it ends here and now.
All those years of fatalism were falling away from her.
Yeah,
Lopez!
I like the enthusiasm.
Lopez, put that hose down This is exciting, is it not?
Don't get too excited. This could be a blind alley.
Oh, I do not believe that for a moment.
It's good to see you happy.
Happy? You know, I think I am.
While we're waiting, I'd really like to know what happened here. I mean, the curse and everything?
It all began at the time of the dissolution of the Templars. Don Carlos had already left their ranks to become a scholar.
Don Carlos, is he the guy who went missing?
Si, but he had reckoned without the local bishop. Their bishop envied us our lands and determined to use the papal edict as an excuse to destroy us. Don Carlos was on one of his scholarly journeys when the Inquisition arrived. When Don Carlos returned, it was to find his loyal manservant slain and his children gone.
They took the kids? But why?
Oh, we will never know. The bishop denied all knowledge of the children's disappearance. But witnesses had seen his men kill the servant who had been charged to protect them.
What happened to Don Carlos?
He swore he'd find his children if he had to go to the edge of the world. He put on his armor and took up his sword and shield and rode out alone. He was never seen again.
I wonder if we'll find any signs of him somewhere else.
See, my lady, as you asked.
Por favor, Senor Stobart, would you be so kind?
My lady.
Calm yourself, Lopez. I believe Senor Stobart's motives are pure.
Yeah,
Very
Lopez.
well, my lady. My lady seems to trust you.
But you don't.
No, senor.
Give me those. Okay. What do we do with this chess
It
piece?
fits, Senor Stobart. It fits.
Working quickly, I found which pieces went into which holes.
Oh yeah, he said the bases were different. What? Okay, each chess piece must be placed in its corresponding hole. Click on any unplaced chess piece and then return to reveal a pattern on its base. Likewise, click on any hole on the board and it will show a pattern, okay? Each piece must be dragged into the hole of its corresponding pattern. To do this, drag the piece... Okay, simple enough. Try to put the piece in the wrong hole and it will jump back to its slide. Okay. Oh, it's a colored pattern. Okay. Come on, does it have to be visible for a second? Blue, red, green. Blue, red, green. Oh. So how do I place? Okay. Wait. Does it have to be mirrored? Wait. Oh. Okay. It's just a matter of trial and error, or just looking at the right one. Not as hard as I thought. Okay. White, green, red. White, green. No. Oh, right, green, red, blue. Green, red, blue. No. And the boop. And boop. Is it going to be like a checkmate scenario or something? Okay. Being over here. No, there's only one colored piece. I hope the missing piece is one of these. No. Okay. Horse over here. Chip over here. Okay. And boop. And that was easy.
Pieces in place, the square bases fit onto the white pieces. I just had to figure out where to place them.
Oh, here we go. Wait. What's with this? Is it going to open or something? Oh yeah, maybe I do have to checkmate the king here or something. Maybe put them in places that they are not vulnerable. Like here. And here. And no. Here. No? Wait, what if I try putting king here? Is this just trial and error? Can I just try every place? Or can I only put them in these locations? Or... oh, only in this row. Okay, I see. Okay.
Bingo. I mean, checkmate.
There you go. Checkmate. Ooh. Treasure.
Look!
What is that? It's not the Holy Grail, is it?
No,
It's a grail, but
it
probably
is the
not the
communion
grail.
chalice of the De Vasconcelos, missing for almost 700 years.
Wow. Well, go on.
I cannot. I can hardly believe it is real.
Go ahead. Live a little.
Are you sure? This is your moment of triumph, Senor Stobart.
Sure, I'm sure.
Yeah, let's just hope there are no traps for whoever picks it up.
The possibility of death traps only occurred to me a few days later.
Yeah. I just thought of it now.
I
Yikes.
solved another puzzle.
You did?
Well, I guess I did.
Well, what was it? What's the answer?
1314.
What does that mean?
It was the date when Jacques de Molay was burned, wasn't it?
Of course.
The answer was hidden in a stained glass window. When I looked through the lens, the picture changed. It became a man surrounded by flames.
It seems to me the answers to the Templar puzzles are as cryptic as the clues. Sometimes I wonder if the manuscript isn't an elaborate joke.
The Knights Templar weren't the kind of people to play jokes, were they?
Okay, what about the cup?
This is the chalice I discovered in Spain.
Chalice.
I still can't figure out why the Countess gave it to you. After losing it for all those years, she simply gave it away to a total stranger? She's one prawn short of a paella.
The Countess is a fine lady. You shouldn't
Yeah.
compare her with seafood.
He liked
I
me.
wouldn't be surprised if there's something going on between you and that Countess.
Are you serious? She's old enough to be my grandmother.
Okay.
Let's take another look.
The guy with the lens. I got the tripod. Not sure what the loom means.
There's a woman looking at her reflection in a mirror, but the
This
reflection
was the statue that
has
we
three
saw, eh?
hideous faces. There's a guy working on a loom. There's a guy with between them. A knight with a crystal. The knight, through my teachings, you will be enlightened.
It wasn't very lightning, but...
Look at the...
okay. Now what? Yeah, I found this chain in a bathroom in Syria.
I brought you a present from Syria.
I mean, it wasn't in the bathroom.
Oh, George, you shouldn't have bothered. What is it?
This.
A necklace. It's rather heavy.
Yeah, it's a necklace.
Craftsmanship at its most rustic.
Oh, of course, I love it.
You do?
It will always remind me of you.
Let's hope she doesn't find out what it is.
Do you want this photograph back?
No, you keep it. I can always make another print.
Okay.
I'd better get back to the quest.
Yeah, now what do I do with this chalice again? There's nothing else. Yeah, I can't go anywhere else now. Yeah, might as well save actually. Wait. I can't save here? Let's go to the museum. Why not? Save. Yeah, how much of a percentage have we solved? Kind of want to see it. 79%, pretty nice. I don't know if we will beat the game today, but I expect we'll get pretty close. Maybe Lobino has something to say about the chalice.
Hi, Andre.
Oh yeah, this is Andre.
Hello, Georgie. Where have you been? Nicole said you were away.
I just returned from Syria.
Syria?
And Spain.
On the trail of the Templars?
It's a long story, but I found the bull's head. It was referred to on the manuscript, remember?
Yes, what is it?
A secret cave built into a high cliff face. In the cave, I discovered a map bearing a phrase in Latin. In occidenta sita est in ora mundi.
The island of Britain.
Lies at the edge of the world, to the west.
Strange. That map seems to contain a series of pointers.
Like I
Are you
said,
going to England?
it's a treasure map. What do you make of this cup, Andre?
It's a 14th century communion vessel. Spanish, probably.
Pretty good. It actually is Spanish.
What do you make of this cup?
It's a...
I'd like to shake you by the hand, Andre.
Not now, Georgie.
Okay.
Thanks for your help, Andre.
You're welcome.
So wait, now can we go to England? No. Huh. And still go to Montfaucon. There's something to do here still. Maybe at the church?
I didn't have time to sit around.
Yeah, I wonder what he has anything to say about the chalice.
Hello again, Father.
Bonjour, monsieur.
I noticed that the stained glass window on the left looks more modern than the middle one.
You have a keen eye, monsieur. It was a...
Oh,
Okay, let's repeat.
What do you make of this chalice?
It certainly looks very old.
About as
Oh,
old
yeah.
as this church, I think.
There
About
seems
700
to be
years.
an engraving on it.
Yeah? What does it say?
I do not know. It is very tarnished. With your permission, I could try polishing it. I promise I will be very careful.
Sure.
That'd be very good of you.
This shouldn't take very long. Feel free to look around.
Okay, thanks.
Nice place you got here. You done?
Hey, thanks.
It is my pleasure, monsieur.
What was the writing on the chalice?
It was not writing, my mistake. It was a coat of arms. The remarkable thing is that it seems very familiar.
Yeah?
Oui, I think I have seen it on that wall tomb in the far corner. That winged horse is quite distinctive.
Really?
Boy, what a shine you got on this.
Merci. It is all in the wrist action.
Okay, I guess I'll
Calculator.
check out
Au revoir, monsieur.
the tomb with the same coat of arms. Is it this one?
Now that my attention had been drawn to it, there was no mistake. There was no name on it. But the coat of arms was undeniably the Pegasus of the De Vasconcelos family. I'd found the last resting place of Don Carlos. My eye was drawn to the biblical references carved into the edge of the tomb. Hey, maybe these biblical references mean something.
Oh dear. Jumble of letters are carved in onto the side of the knight's tomb. You must look for and highlight a number of biblical verses, references comprising of the name of a book, followed by the chapter and verse in Latin numerals. Wait, what? Look for and highlight a number of biblical verses. I mean, I see it like Roman numbers. Latin numerals, yeah. Luke chapter 8, verse 2 would be displayed as Luke 8 plus 2. Okay. You must find and highlight all the verse references. Highlight the full verse and the letters will stay lit. Otherwise, the letter will fade. George will read the verse references once they are highlighted. Okay, so it's kind of like a words jumble. So, yeah, Psalm. Kind of paint. Psalm 22, 21. How do I highlight it? Like this?
Psalms 22:21. Not much to go on, but it must have meant something. If I examined the tomb more closely, there might be other clues to find.
Okay. You don't remember this part? I mean, I don't remember it either because even though I finished this, it's been so long. Yeah, Corinthians 1:4 plus 5.
Corinthians 14:5.
Oh, 14 as in. Wait, 14? This is not 14 in Roman numeral. Okay, I guess 1.4 is 14. Rex Mundi. Carpe. What about these symbols on the sides? Well, there's another psalm here. 32:7. Psalm 32:7.
Psalms 32:7. The numbers refer to a chapter and a verse in the Bible.
Okay. Horribilis? No. Dol regard to Majorem? I don't know. Try out. Annuit corpses. Is that it? Rex Mundi. Carp. I mean, I don't really know much about Bible verses, so I don't know if there are any more here. Yeah. Is that it? Like the last notes here. Got a priest of church, you recognize the grave of the Pegasus. Okay. Oh, you mean in the original version, maybe they added this puzzle in the director's cut? I thought you played the director's cut.
Now that my attention had been... There was no name on... Hey.
Okay. I'm guessing there might be more. Must look for and highlight a number of biblical verses reference comprising the name of a book, followed by the chapter and verse in Latin numerals. Like the full verse, George will highlight the verse. Let's say highlighted. What's the point though? There's this.
Psalms 22:21. Not much to go on, but it must have meant something. If I examined the tomb more closely, there might be other clues to find.
Okay. There's this song.
Psalms 32:7. The numbers refer to a chapter and a verse in the Bible.
Okay.
Corinthians 14:5.
Okay. Yeah, most of the books and chapters are separated by the 2 dots here. But yeah, the 2 dots don't really see anymore. 11? Huh. Yeah, this would not be it. Looks like these are the only ones. Why? Huh. I wish the game would tell me, hey, you've already found them all or something. The 3, 1, 17, 12. What's with all the numbers on the side? 17, 12, 25, 14, 27, 6, 80. 1, 3. I mean, the game didn't ask me to do any more besides just highlighting these psalms. One left. I tried all the other ones. This one doesn't do anything. This one doesn't do anything. This one is not one. This one is not one. Jordan. Rem. Will be backwards. Sit pekota noita. Majora. Maybe I'm supposed to add these numbers up. Is it like no, 53? So do I do anything with these numbers? Yeah, these would not be horizontal because otherwise the letters would be lined up. There's Anus here, but yeah, it says John here, but would not be on no.
John 4:11.
Oh.
There were no more references to find, but a series of Roman numerals ran around the plaque. I made a note in case they meant something.
This one did not have two dots separating the.
Psalms 32:7, John 4:11, Corinthians 1:4-5.
It's Anos with 2 N's, not.
And just
That's
one
different
more.
kind.
Psalms 22:21. I may not be perfect, but I've got a memory like a steel trap. The chalice had led me to these inscriptions, but it looked like a happy coincidence to me. After all, the De Vasconcelos arms were already on the manuscript. Note, I was still convinced that the chalice had some significance all of its own.
Okay. I guess we go back to Nico's apartment and tell her about it. Maybe that'll lead me to what to do next. I mean, John, American name. I mean, it is a translated name, but you see plenty of Johns in the Bibles.
So the curse of the De Vasconcelos is lifted?
Oh no, the Countess was thrilled to find the lost chalice, but there's still the riddle of the missing knight.
Well, you can forget about that now and get back to finding the Templar's secret.
Actually, I promised the Countess I'd find Don Carlos.
You what?
I can explain everything.
You have got the odds for a withered old Spanish aristocrat?
The Countess entrusted me with the chalice and the quest for her ancestor's tomb.
You're as crazy as she is. Haven't you got enough problems? Khan and the Templars?
It's all part of the
I already
story.
found the knights.
The chalice is important, I'm sure. The manuscript pointed us to the knight, and I have to find him.
What
I already
then?
found him.
I don't know. But when the knight and the chalice are reunited, maybe I will.
That already happened.
Look at the chalice now, Nico.
What happened? It's shiny.
The priest at Montfaucon buffed it up for me.
That's incredible.
Yeah, looks as good as new.
No, you found a use for a priest. That's incredible.
Kind of mean.
I'd better get back to the...
Okay. Right. If I go back to her apartment, will he update her on the quest or something?
Hello, George.
Hello. I found the night I was
I'd better
okay.
get back.
Maybe I have to go back to Spain to tell her. No, I can't go back to Spain. Maybe go back to the museum and talk to Andre.
Hi, Andre.
Andre.
Hello, Georgie. While I was in Syria, I discovered a strange pagan statue. It was like a head with 3 bearded faces. Horrible.
That sounds as if it could be Baphomet, the idol described by the Templars.
The poor Knights of Christ had an idol that looked like that?
Allegedly. The description of the idol came from the evidence extracted by the Inquisition. Mind you, not one statue or idol was ever found on Templar property. Until now, that is. Just last month, a statue of Baphomet was unearthed right here in Paris.
Where?
At the Institut Hermétique de Naval. The statue is beneath the foundations. It was discovered by some workmen while renovating the building.
Can you tell me any more about the statue of Baphomet?
It's a fearful image, even now. A bearded head. The base of the statue is carved with Templar symbols. One of the workmen noticed a curious stain at the base. He claimed it looked like blood.
Blood?
That's right.
Oh dear. Well, looks like I have a new place to go to.
No way.
Okay.
Thanks for your help, Andre.
You're welcome.
See ya. Okay, where is this new location? Like the Baphomet. Okay.
There was a dumpster full of debris. From the excavation, I guessed.
Hi there. Can you let me in?
Excuse me, could you help me?
What is it?
I've got a few questions.
Yeah, I heard you found a statue of Baphomet. I kind of want to see it.
You're doing a fine job.
Merci. I have my professional pride.
I don't think I've ever seen a Gauloise smoked so stylishly.
Some
Galois.
natural talent.
I'm being sarcastic.
I'm being indifferent.
You're very good at that as well.
Merci. Vive l'indifférence.
So, what are you doing here?
I am having my break.
Yeah, I mean when you finish your break.
When I finish my break, an interesting concept, monsieur.
You'll probably need to think about it.
I could have another cigarette while I consider. Perhaps tomorrow too.
Okay, let me put things differently. What were you hired to do here?
I was hired to keep the archaeological dig in the basement of this building clear of debris, and to touch up damage to the door frames with my little pot of paint. It's a very responsible job. Unfortunately, I'm not a very responsible person.
I can see that.
So what do you know about the excavation?
I know they won't let me in to do my job. I would complain to my union, but
You couldn't be bothered to join.
right. Tell you what, though, I'm surprised at the sort of people interested in this excavation.
What sort of people?
What's unusual about the visitors to the excavation?
None of them look like archaeologists to me.
Do you know what an archaeologist looks like?
Three-piece suits, crocodile-eyed attaché cases, Rolex oyster.
But no archaeologist dresses like that.
Quite right, monsieur, quite right.
So, who are they?
Who cares as long as they pay me?
I'm betting they are the people who I saw meeting underground.
What does the word Templar suggest to you?
Templar?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Wanna shake my
I
hand?
was pretty sure the Shaken Shock had shot its bolt in Syria.
Ah, dang it.
Have you ever seen anything like this?
Yes, it's a communion chalice. I know, you know, I used to be an altar boy.
You?
Yes, me. What's so funny about that?
Nothing.
Okay. We've seen this guy.
Have you seen this man before?
Yes, he asked me a lot of questions, just like you.
Uh-oh. That's not good.
Be seeing you.
Au revoir, monsieur.
Yeah.
The painter had a pot of gunmetal gray primer hanging from the barrier.
Okay. Any useful piece of
Hey,
debris?
you. Get away from my dumpster.
Okay.
Hey, monsieur! Get away from my paint pot!
Okay.
I should think so. Meddling with a man's paint pot. Pah!
Gonna get in the way of me fiddling around with everything, aren't you? Well, this.
Oh, darn. I left my grappling hook at home. No way could I get up there.
Oh well. Well, let's see what's in here.
A guard stood by a door I guessed led to the excavation. He looked pretty pompous. Well, not so much pretty, just pompous.
Guess I won't be that easy to get in.
The doorway was full of assorted old tea chests, cardboard boxes, and so on. All empty and all uninteresting. The doorway led to an old utility closet that had lost its door. There was nothing interesting in there.
Well, why is it a hotspot then? Why is it clickable?
I couldn't see any use for a collection of dirt and half bricks.
I mean, I couldn't see the use for a lot of items you're carrying, but okay.
There was a closed door with toilet scratched into the cheap veneer.
That door is locked, monsieur.
What if I needed to go? What is this?
Do you mind if I use the phone?
Be my guest. I'm paid to guard this door. The phone can look after itself.
Hi, Nico?
Georges, what have you discovered?
Nothing yet.
Nothing. Is something wrong?
No.
Georges, why are you calling me?
Oh,
I don't
no
know.
reason. I just wanted to hear your voice.
You did. Well, this is my voice saying, don't bother me, I'm busy.
Oh.
All right. Sorry. What is this?
A thermostat was mounted over a radiator. The radiator was pumping out heat as the thermostat was cranked right over to full. No wonder it was warm in here, even with the door open to the chill of fall.
Can I mess around with this?
I couldn't imagine what I'd achieved by turning the dial.
Guess not.
I couldn't get to the door while the guard was there.
Okay, how do I get rid of him?
Hi? Excuse me?
Oui?
So, what exactly are you doing here?
I'm guarding. You expect to find me shearing sheep?
Take it easy, I just didn't realize you were a guard. I'd like to know what you're guarding, please.
That's a secret.
It wouldn't happen to be an archaeological site, would it?
Are you asking me or telling me?
I'm telling you.
Then why ask?
I had a feeling this was no normal hole in the ground.
Hmm.
I'd like to use the washroom, but the door's locked.
Oh, that's no problem. You can have the key.
Thanks.
Oh, nice of him.
Hi
Wait, I'm not
again.
done.
What is it?
What do you know about the Knights Templar? There was a long pause during which the
You're not
guard
one of
said
them, are you?
nothing. Then he said,
Nothing.
nothing at all?
Is this a test?
What, like a history pop test?
No, like a test.
Okay, yes, it's a test.
Then I know absolutely nothing about the Templars.
You lie.
The guard was being amazingly evasive. It was going to take more than goodwill to get past him. It sure is hot in here.
I have to have the door open to allow the workmen access, so why not? I turn the heat up.
You could wrap up warm.
I have my gloves if it gets cold, but why bother when it's warm anyway?
Wanna shake my hand?
That is not a good idea.
Have you seen this man?
Have you seen this man before?
Oh,
You have.
Aha.
no.
You know him. I probably shouldn't show this if he's one of the Templars, but...
I thought better of showing him the chalice. He
Yeah.
might be on the conspiracy's payroll, and I didn't want to risk it.
Oui?
Yeah.
You have...
A sudden urge to sing. Care to join me?
No, no singing in here.
Okay.
Talk to you later.
Au revoir, monsieur.
Okay. Check inside this bathroom. Is there something useful? Oh, some bathroom. What is this?
Oh, boy. Dirty soap. How do they do that?
Yeah, isn't soap supposed to be clean? How is it dirty? Huh?
Oh, boy. On the wall was an automatic hand dryer.
It's a very detailed drawing of a hand.
The taps were rusty. Oh, boy. The cold taps washer looked to have failed. It was just dribbling down the sink.
Am I supposed to, I don't know, polish this soap?
That. Oh, boy. I couldn't do that.
I finally wash this dirty piece of cloth that I've been carrying around.
I didn't want to carry a bar of dirty soap around with me.
Okay. Hey, another chain. Let me pick it up.
Being in a charming comfort station like this made me think fondly of the toilet in Syria. That place was kept in pretty good order. At least, it had been until I vandalized it. Still, it was all for a good cause.
Oh, kinda.
The thing felt really hot. Big demands seemed to be being made on it.
What if I sabotage it and make it stop working?
On the wall was an automatic hand dryer. I wasn't about to wash my hands in this place, so I didn't need to dry them. I didn't need to get near to tell the toilet needed cleaning.
You. What about this?
I didn't want any coal.
What do I do with this soap? Kinda weird. Can use it. Use plaster?
I couldn't do that. I couldn't do that. Oh, boy!
Stop that. Do I fill it with the
I couldn't
chalice?
do that.
No?
I couldn't do... I couldn't... Oh, boy! Oh, boy! The tap... On the wall.
No, these don't make sense. I'm guessing I'm gonna need something out there, either one of the debris or the paint or something in here. Okay. Let's see, we got coal, we got the heater, we got a toilet, hand dryer, soap. Okay. Time to try things out.
I turned the heating off.
He's not gonna like it. Oh.
As
Oh,
I
just...
hoped, the guard put his gloves on.
Okay, what? Why did I need him to put his gloves on? And why couldn't he have just walked over to the dial and turned it back on? He clearly saw me messing with it.
Hi again.
What is it?
Look, a tissue stained with grease paint.
Ah, just what I've always wanted. If you give me that, you can enter through the door.
Oh, really?
Really?
Of course not. What would I want with an old tissue?
I got this plaster from Ireland.
Not an exciting souvenir.
Oh, I got a much better souvenir, actually, but I'm not telling you.
This gadget is a sewer key.
So it is.
Yep. It is a sewer key, alright.
Do you recognize this name?
Merlin. No?
Okay. Well, I'm I don't want to give this keys
Talk to
back.
you later.
Au revoir.
See
Hey.
this.
Monsieur, don't go with my keys.
Alright, alright. Calm down. Let me go back in here first. Oh, he already took the keys.
Hi again.
What is...
Here's the keys.
Merci, monsieur.
Wait. No, wait. No, I thought he took the keys. Come on.
Talk to you later.
Au revoir.
Hi again.
Can I have the keys again?
What is...
I need...
Again?
I have...
Yeah. I didn't know I needed to use the key on the door to unlock it. Okay, this is off now.
The thing felt really hot. Big demands seemed to be being made on it.
Can I melt something on it or something? I mean, why is it still hot?
I didn't...
If I turned off the... Okay. If I dropped his keys on the toilet. Ooh, can I use a soap to make a duplicate of the key?
Perhaps I could make a copy of the key.
Uh-huh.
The key had made a clear imprint in the soap. The bar of soap had the imprint of a key in it.
Now use some plaster and some water.
I knew keeping that plaster was a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
With the plaster and the imprint, I was on the right lines. I had filled the key's imprint in the soap with dry plaster.
Okay.
I couldn't do that.
Can I just use the water?
You can't make a cast without wetting the plaster.
There you go.
But wet plaster alone does not make a cast.
We'll dry it.
I used the dryer to speed up the process.
There you go. Simple enough. Posture check.
Well, it had taken a while, but I had made myself a completely unconvincing plaster key. Way too fragile to use in a lock. I'd have to substitute it for the real one. Trouble was, it looked like plaster and not metal. Then again, that plaster statue in Syria hadn't looked like stone until I'd been a bit artful with it. Maybe I could improve the key as well.
Can I dip it in the gray paint outside, or can I just rub this on it? Not yet.
Maybe not.
Okay. I'll give the keys back. Try to
Hi
paint
again.
What is it?
Try to paint the key,
Here's the keys.
Merci, monsieur.
and then take the keys and ask for the keys
Talk to
again
you
and
later.
give him
Au
the
revoir,
fake.
monsieur.
Can I just dip this on your paint? Don't mind?
Hey, monsieur! Get away from my paint pot!
Okay.
I should think so.
No. Oh, you gotta get in the way.
Hi, it's me.
What?
I made this key out of plaster.
How thrilling! How clever! How pointless.
Can I paint it gray if you don't mind? I still have plaster.
I've got a... Oh?
I had a cigarette break in a pocket of methane.
Whoa.
A manhole cover landed on the other side of the Seine and I was sacked.
I have some plaster of Paris.
Amazing. A greasy tissue. Don't get it too close to my cigarette, monsieur, or there'll be a conflagration.
Has a guy calling himself Merlin been nosing around?
Was he wearing a t-shirt with "My name is Merlin" on it?
I doubt it.
Then how the hell am I supposed to know his name just by looking at him? Huh?
Be seeing you.
Au revoir, monsieur.
Hmm.
Hey, you!
Okay.
Hmm.
There was a dumpster full of debris.
How can I get rid of this guy?
Gunmetal paint.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Exactly. It has to be that paint.
The painter didn't seem to regard the painting as too important. Not as important as a cigarette break, anyway.
Hmm. I mean, is this connected to that? This? Okay. I put the key there and drop the paint or something? I don't know. Maybe the reason I needed to for him to put on his gloves is so he didn't feel that the keys were different. Call Nico again.
Killer!
Hello, Nico. It's me.
Hi, Georges. What's happening?
I'm at the excavation, but they won't let me in.
Damn! We need to know what's in there.
Don't worry. I've got a scheme. I'm going to need your help, though.
Okay, what do you want me to do?
I want you to keep somebody on the phone for a while.
Who?
A painter. I need to get at his pot.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Stay on the line. I'll go and get him.
There we go. We got a phone call.
Hi, it's me again.
What now?
You've got a phone call.
For me? Are you certain?
It's a woman. She sounded hot.
What woman? She must be mistaken, monsieur.
Well, she asked for that hunk of a man with the nicotine fingers and his ass hanging out of his pants.
Certainly sounds like me. Stand back. It wouldn't do to keep the lady from her hunk.
Yeah. Very easy to deceive a thirsty person. There you go. I do something with this debris now that it is away.
A well-used wheelbarrow was sitting by the rubble-filled dumpster. There was a dumpster full of...
Guess not. Oh well.
Well, monsieur, what a strange woman. She was all over me and then suddenly, nothing but abuse.
Really?
Why, abuse? Ah well, I have a cigarette to finish. And monsieur, if she calls again, I am not available.
Well, that was enough. And now maybe... I'm guessing the paint is still wet.
The plaster key had soaked up the paint nicely, and now looked pretty convincing. Still felt like plaster, though.
Okay, do I need to swipe this?
Maybe not.
Okay. Well, let's see if I have to do. Maybe if I have to dry the paint or something.
Hi again.
What is
I need you.
again?
I have.
Okay, give me the keys. And now I won't go inside the bathroom, and I'll just give the key back. He won't suspect
again.
anything.
What is
Here you go.
Hmm.
Yeah. Okay, maybe not.
Talk to you later.
Au revoir, monsieur.
Okay, let's try drying the. Oh yeah.
The door was locked.
Let's try drying the key in the dryer. Drying the paint. No? Or maybe drying the paint with the heat from this thing? No? Put it in a coal? What do you want me to do, game?
The plaster key had soaked up the paint nicely, and now looked pretty convincing. Still felt like plaster, though.
He has his gloves on.
Hi again.
What is
No, I don't want to
Talk
give
to
him
you later.
feedback.
au revoir?
Hi again.
What is
That.
Why is it not a good idea? What's wrong
Talk
with the
to you
key?
later.
au revoir?
Still feels like plaster, so...
The door was.
What else do I gotta do? Drop it in the toilet. I don't know.
I didn't need to. I wasn't about to wash my. On the wall was an.
Yeah?
The thing felt really hot. Big demands seemed to be made. I didn't.
How can I make this not feel like plaster?
I didn't.
I mean, I thought having him wear his gloves was the point of him not being able to tell that it was plaster.
The doorway led to an old. There was nothing in.
Do I just use one on the other?
Now, I'd substituted the fake
Oh.
key for the excavation key. It looked okay, but felt false.
I just needed to swap the one key on his keyring. Okay.
A guard stood. He looked. Hi again.
What is
Here you
I
go.
held my breath and hoped that he wouldn't notice the substitution. Here's the keys. Thanks.
Merci, monsieur.
Okay. Well, now I have the real key,
Talk to
but
you later.
he's still on the way. Do I just wait for him to leave or something?
Hi, Nico. It's me again.
I'd guessed. What do you want this time?
What did you say to the painter?
I shan't repeat it, Josh.
Look, I need to get the guard out of the way. Could you
Yeah.
call back and ask him to get the painter again?
Okay, I'll call back soon.
Okay. Well, what, I just hide in somewhere?
This looked
Where
like
are
a
you going?
good place to watch things develop.
Hey, you! It's the phone.
Yeah, who is it?
How should I know? What am I, your social secretary?
It's not a chick, is it?
Yes, it's a woman. Are you going to answer it?
Does she have a warm, sensual voice like molten chocolate?
Yes, she has a really sexy voice. Now get a move on.
I'm not talking to her.
I can see that. You're wasting time talking to me.
No, you don't understand. I refuse to talk to her.
You refuse. You refuse. I'm wasting valuable time.
Don't make me
Oh,
laugh.
I'm wasting time. I
Your
could be
time
down there
valuable.
already.
You just stand around all day.
I have a highly responsible job. Ha, don't me, you elephantine oaf. My job is important.
Are they gonna fight or
Of course,
something?
They would have hired somebody competent in that case.
Meaning what?
Instead of which they hired a dismal rent-a-cop like you. All epaulettes and no brains.
Why, you...
This looked set to carry on for some time. It was too good an opportunity to miss.
Just sneak out. Open this. Woohoo! Let's save here. Okay, ooh.
No, thanks. I think I'm carrying enough junk.
Oh, someone's cranium and junk?
I couldn't see anything useful to do with the planks.
You know, in adventure games, there's always something useful to do with everything. Planks could be used to make a bridge or something. What is this? Well,
There was no doubt about it. It was the same sort of idol I'd seen in Syria, Baphomet. The Templars had certainly been through here.
what is this?
Close up, the pattern didn't make any sort of sense. It fanned out around an axis point, a kind of focus to one side.
Is it another puzzle? Yeah, this pattern here.
Close up, it fanned out around.
Okay, what do I do here? Use the chalice. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
And there it was, decoded by the curves of the chalice, the image of a church.
Good thing I had it polished before. Back in Nico's apartment.
I found out what the chalice was for.
You've solved the puzzle?
Yeah, there was a distorted picture at the Baphomet site. When I viewed it in the polished surface of the chalice, it changed.
What did it show?
A picture of a church with a square tower.
So, where is this church?
Maybe.
Okay.
I guess I'd better return the chalice to the Countess.
Hurry back, Georges.
Can I go to Spain now? Oh, okay. Again, too fast for me to read. You say we're near the end? Well, maybe I will finish it in this stream then. Hey, Lopez. Here's your chalice, ma'am.
Senor Stobart, oh, what a pleasure. Please, sit down.
Hi, Countess. The pleasure's all mine.
Yeah.
I've brought back your chalice.
And I found Don Carlos.
Why? You've had it cleaned.
Yeah, I met an obliging priest with a soft cloth.
Have you resolved the Templar mystery?
No, not yet. I don't even know what it is I'm after.
There are many stories of the knights secreting great wealth away.
Whatever. All I know is I don't want the bad guys to get it.
Ah, to be young and live in a world of moral absolutes.
Yeah, I still don't know what the date 14 meant. Still don't know what the Psalms meant. A lot of mysteries. I still don't know where their church is.
I discovered something amazing with that chalice. In Paris, I found a church where they recognized the coat of arms. I found the tomb of Don Carlos de Vasconcelos.
You are sure? There can be no mistake?
The coat of arms on the chalice matches the one on the tomb.
Incredible. You have my most profound thanks. I must go there as soon as possible.
Yeah? Well, I'd be happy to show you the city. There's something else that I discovered carved on Don Carlos's tomb. Biblical references.
What are the references, Senor Stobart?
Psalms 32:7, Corinthians.
I am not a good enough scholar to know the Bible, chapter and verse. I meant, what are the quotations?
You know, I forgot to ask the priest.
Whoops. Should I go ask and then come back? I don't think there's anything else to do.
I'll have a look around if...
My home is your home. I shall remain here.
Okay. I don't think there's anything else to do here. The dog's still there? Ugh. I guess they are.
I wasn't going to put on the armor, and I couldn't see anything else to do with it.
Okay, do I just wait for the bus again that dropped me here? He said he only came a couple times a day. Then get a plane all the way back to Paris. Ask the priest about... Yeah, isn't there a Bible in here? Couldn't I just check? Hang on. Yeah. There you go.
It was the Spanish Bible I borrowed from the Mausoleum.
Come on, let me. There you go. If I double click it goes faster. Okay. Here you go. I got Bible. You can check the verses now.
Mind if I sit?
Please, be my guest.
Here's the Bible from the Mausoleum.
Very well. Let us begin. The first reference.
Psalms 32:7.
Thou art my hiding place. Thou shalt preserve me from trouble. Thou shalt compass me about with songs of deliverance. My hiding place.
Don't get your hopes up too high. This might just be leading us to where we found the chalice.
You are right, of course. The next.
Okay, John 4:11.
John 4:11. Here. The well is deep. The next. Quickly.
Okay.
The well is deep.
Corinthians 4:5.
Here it is. We'll bring
Oh, he
to
said
light
4.
the hidden things.
Or he said 14.
Any more?
Just one. Psalms again. 22:21.
Save me from the lion's mouth, for thou hast heard me from the horns of the unicorns. Alas, it is confusing. Lions, unicorns, what does it mean?
I can't guess.
Salient points seem to be a hiding place and a deep well. In no sense is the Mausoleum a well, Senor Stobart.
Is there a well in the grounds?
I do not know. I suppose that there must have been once upon a time. Lopez is the man to ask about anything pertaining to the estate.
Okay. I'll ask him.
I'll have a look around if that's okay.
My home is your home. I shall remain here.
Okay. Yo, Lopez.
Hi there, Lopez. How's tricks?
Senor Stobart, I feel I owe you an apology.
No, you don't.
I was impolite
Yes, you do.
in our first meeting.
Look, Lopez, just forget about it. I came on like a snake oil merchant. I wouldn't have trusted me in your shoes.
You do not understand. Finding the chalice has given my lady a new lease of life. It's a marvel. She smiles, she laughs. The tradesmen are saying that she is on Prozac.
So the Countess feels that the curse is lifted.
I would not put it so strongly. Your discovery of the chalice was proof that the Templars never abandoned the De Vasconcelos. It counts for a great deal with my lady.
Any wells around? Wait, what?
Okay. You must know just about everything that there is to know about this place.
See, I have lived my whole life here in the service of the De Vasconcelos.
Do you know of a well
Very loyal.
anywhere around here?
A well? Si, senor. This used to be a fortified villa. How can you last a siege without water?
Great. So where is it?
How should I know? The well was covered over in the last century. It was dangerous, you see.
And you have no idea where it was?
None. It was hidden even before my grandfather's time.
You must have a vague idea of where the well is.
It must have been in the old house's courtyard, so that would put it around here.
Here? Okay. Now, how do we find it?
There might be a way. Let me think about it.
Any ideas yet?
Not as yet, Senor Stobart. I shall give it more thought.
Any ideas yet?
Not as...
How about now?
Any ideas yet?
Not as...
How about now?
Any ideas?
Not as...
Okay.
Catch you later.
Adios.
You'd think you only need to like figure out where his water is coming from. In here. I wonder why can I pick this up if it's not going to be used
Now what? Feeling like a...
for anything? Okay, maybe I just need to leave and come back, and he'll have thought of something.
Hi, Lopez. Got a minute?
Certainly, Senor.
Any ideas?
Not as...
Nope.
Catch you later.
Adios.
Maybe the Countess will know something? I'm guessing he threw away the medical pressure valve sleeve when he found out what it was
The main
blocking
part of the house was open.
blocking the holes. Can I pick it? Can I pick this up? Turn this off.
It was a small mirror hanging over the sink.
Okay. Before I could only examine it. Now I can look at it.
The mirror from Lopez's utility room. Yep, I was still looking great.
There's something. Oh, might as well ask him about the mirror. Maybe he'll have some idea.
Hi, Lopez. Got a minute?
Certainly, Senor. How can I help you?
I borrowed your mirror. I hope you don't mind.
No, Senor. If you think it will be of help.
Any ideas?
Not as...
Okay.
Catch you later.
Adios.
Not like I can reflect any light onto anything right just yet. There's nothing mirrored that I need to read. Do you know anything? Do you have any ideas?
Hello again. Mind if...
Please.
Okay.
I'll have a look around.
My home.
Maybe something in the mausoleum?
I love suits of armor. Who doesn't?
Yeah, they're pretty cool, I guess.
Down below the estate, I could see the sea stretching away. It was a beautiful sight.
Nothing left to do with the chess set, I imagine.
Now that it had given up its secret, the glass squares in the lectern were just decorative again. Hanging from the ceiling, it looked really old, and George Stobart, grave robber. No, I don't think so. I couldn't climb up there without breaking something. The mirror from Lopez's utility.
Something on the Virgin Mary? Huh? Yeah, I wish I had found some use for the mirror before finding the mirror. No, I have no idea.
I wasn't about to go clambering on rooftops about... There was a statue of a guy on top of the building. He looked like a knight with a spear and some sort of staff.
Okay. Huh. How is a mirror supposed to help find a well that's been covered up? I don't think I can leave yet.
It was the driveway. I did...
Yeah. Can I use the mirror from here? Look at...
Mausoleum, summer house. Easy mistake to make.
Not really. I guess I'll just try this mirror with everything that every other item.
Lopez, one man and his hose.
Do I polish the mirror? No.
Maybe.
Yeah, not a lot of place to use it. Huh. Can still do something with his hose.
I didn't like the idea of carrying... Nope, I wasn't going to screw around with Lopez's hose, now that we were getting on so well.
Yeah, no sense in doing anything here. Huh.
It was just a little utility room with no exit, unless you counted the window, and I didn't.
Nothing here. Am I missing something here? No. Yeah. Nothing to interact with except her and the exit.
The Countess de Vasconcellos seemed a lot happier than the last time we met. Hello again.
Please.
Does this tissue mean...
Where is this line?
Nowhere helpful.
Just making sure. Okay, exhausted all possibilities.
My home.
Huh. Still can't go that way.
I wasn't gonna put on...
I could only tell Lopez to put a leash on the dogs or something.
Hi, Lopez.
Certainly
Any idea?
not a...
Catch you later.
Yeah, you're not gonna help me. Gotta be something in this mausoleum. Wait, what?
The de Vasconcellos Mausoleum, where 5 Templars lie.
Thought it was something inside the... thought it was something on this brick specifically. Let's make it sure there's nothing else clickable here. No? No? I guess I'll use the mirror with everything. No? No?
It was too delicate to move. The lectern was bare. I couldn't... Hanging... It looked real... George...
Yeah, not much else to do here. Yeah, why do I still have this?
Now what? There was nothing... Feeling like an idiot.
Stuck again.
George Stobart.
Either I'm missing an object or some combination that I'm not figuring out. Why do I still have this key? Why a mirror? Okay, the well would not be under this, right? I imagine.
There was a statue. He looked like... I wasn't about...
I just walk around? Wide mirror, my mirror. You'd think you could use the... Like, if there was a covered up well, maybe... I guess depending on how permeable it was, the water could be used to see where it was draining or something. How would you find a hidden well? Hmm. Would it be under the house or in the courtyard? He said it was on the courtyard. Huh.
Hi, Lopez.
Certainly.
Any ideas yet?
Not as yet, senor.
Hmm.
Catch you later, Lopez.
Adios.
Yeah, how would we even uncover the well, I guess? Has to be built under a secret passage or something, maybe? Not like we're gonna dig. Hmm. Yeah, I still didn't find it. Life it up. Can't click on this. I'm exhausting all my possibilities here.
I wasn't gonna put on the armor, and I couldn't see.
Hmm. Yeah, there's nothing up there except the countess. Here, the dogs. This. Still feel there's something to do in the mausoleum, but not much that I can do there. I mean, why would I be able to hold that rod? Why would there be a open window and this candle? I mean, there's a lot of items that look like they could be used, but I'm not able to use them right now.
Hanging from the ceiling was a huge yellowed candle. It looked really old and had never been lit.
Oh. Why can't I light it?
I couldn't climb up there without breaking something. Now what? Feeling like...
I mean, just reminds me of the puzzle in Siberia too, where you needed to grab one of these to like pull and push something, some hooks on the ceiling. Why do I still have this key? No sense. I don't need to go back in there. I tried using the mirror with all my objects. Right? Yeah, the not the manuscript, the old parchments, the old scroll had the lady looking at a mirror with three faces. I wondered if that was a reference, but the statue with three faces is not here. Can't use it on this.
It was too...
Okay, time to leave. Why not climb it from the outside if I can't climb it on the inside?
I wasn't about to go clambering on rooftops if I didn't have to. There was a statue. He looked like a knight with a spear and some sort of staff.
Yeah, as soon as I saw this statue, I thought, oh, I'm probably going to have to go up there and get that spear or something. Doesn't seem like a way to go up there, though.
Hi, Lopez.
Certain?
Catch you later.
Adios.
We just step in the right location and he'll feel something with his feet or something. Wish I could go outside and look at that sign that he flashed for a fraction of a second. Yeah, I can't think of anything. Already asked him about everything.
The main part of the house was old, but nowhere near as old as the gatehouse section.
The gatehouse section.
Nope.
Nothing to retract with. No. Come on, wear the armor and go where the dogs are. That way you'll be protected.
I wasn't gonna put on the armor. Hello again.
Please.
I'll have a look around if that's okay.
My home.
The Countess de Vasconcellos seemed a lot happier than the last time we met.
Yeah, this is about asking her about
Hello
objects.
again.
Please.
I'll have a look around.
My
Okay. I just walk around for a minute. Yeah, nothing else here. Only her and the exit. Yeah, I hate this part of adventure games where you're just running around in circles trying to find something that you missed.
It was just unless you
Polish the armor. Like the fact that... Yes, I took the book. She has it. I gave it to her when she talked about the Psalms. That's where we found the reference that there could be a hidden well somewhere. She did not give me back the book. I don't have it anymore. Well, I talked to them. I keep asking him about the well. He just says, no, I don't have an idea yet. I don't have an idea yet.
Hi, Lopez.
Certainly, senor.
Any ideas yet?
Not as yet, senor.
Any ideas?
Not as yet.
Any ideas?
Not as yet, senor.
Just keep asking.
Any ideas?
Not as.
Any ideas?
Not as.
Any ideas?
Not as.
No.
Any ideas?
Not as.
Any ideas?
Not as.
Any ideas?
Not as yet.
Any ideas yet?
Not.
Yep, nope.
Catch you later,
Adios.
I've got a feeling I have to find it myself. He's not going to be any help.
I didn't want...
Well, like I said, he did say that it was in the courtyard. The water finding technique? You mean dowsing? Yeah. He didn't talk to me about dowsing yet. There's no... I mean, I have one... At one point I had a stick back in Syria that could be, I guess, used for dowsing, but I don't have any now. Maybe use this rod, but I asked him about the rod. He didn't say anything. Maybe I'll ask again about all the other... Wait, can I ask about repeat items?
Hi, Lopez.
All the... No, I can't. I can't.
Catch you later, Lopez.
Adios.
If I use the item on him.
Hi, Lopez.
Certainly.
Nope.
Catch you later, Lopez.
There are no sticks to grab. That's the problem. No. Doing a lot of mouse movements. There are no clickable items. Yeah, he would just look at it at the house. This. You just comment on about how the house was, part of it was old. It's not a.
The main part of the house.
It's not an interactable item. It's just for looking.
The main part of.
Try using the mirror. Try the stick. No. The plaster. Yeah, it's not that hard to pixel hunt in this game because you see, as soon as you get close to a clickable item, it gets highlighted. So it's not like I need to put the mouse directly over the clickable spot. But yeah.
Nope.
I mean, I felt like the mirror would come in handy somehow, but can't find any use for the mirror either. You know, nothing clickable here. This is the door. Just go all the way up. Yep. I ran out of things to try. So yeah, if it gets too much later, I might just leave this for next time. That's the problem with thinking if an adventure game is close to the end, you never know if you get stuck on one of the final puzzles and then the end part will take a lot longer than you thought. It's just, he doesn't even care that he's making me wet just by. Come on, stop that! Can't you see that you're throwing water on me? You're spraying me with all over. "15 minutes left. What if I don't solve this in 15 minutes?
Mausoleum.
I mean, yeah, the main problem is if there really is only 15 minutes left, and then the next part would be like only 15 minutes long. But yeah, you've given me estimates of time before that turned out to be wrong, precisely because it took longer than expected for me to solve something. On the left of the building is this. The hose. There's nothing else. The door. Do you really not remember?
I didn't like the idea of carrying 30 yards of hose. Nope.
Yeah. Can't go any further. I mean, I have already finished this, so I guess I wouldn't mind if I looked up the answer to this one, just so I could finish it already. I mean, yeah, this thing in the mausoleum, I haven't figured out what to do with this yet, or what to do with the candle yet, or how to get up here.
High up in the dome were windows. I guess they might open them to make it less stuffy. It was too... The lectern was bare.
Yeah, why do you give me this icon if it's there? I put the mirror on the lectern? No. Put plaster. I think I tried using the mirror on all the items here, and none of them worked. No. What's this? Yeah.
It was a rod with a cone and a hook on the end. I guessed it was for...
Yeah.
George Stobart.
I'm sure it's logical for someone who already knows the answer, but not very logical if you don't.
It was too... It was a rock. Now what? Feeling like an...
Yeah, I can't do anything with this yet.
Now feeling... I couldn't climb up there.
Yeah, he keeps talking about climbing, but I don't think I will be climbing. Delicate to touch. I'm polishing this. Wait, what? There we go, that's the missing piece of information that I had. I didn't know he could tie that to the tip of the rod. Okay. Wait, what?
The tissue was pretty charred, but the grease paint had done most of the burning.
Okay, can you not close this with the rod?
Now what? Feeling like a...
See? There you go. There was no logic behind this. I just used all items with every other item. Eventually I got the right combination. It was nothing about thinking logically. Okay, how do I light this? I mean, someone did mention that the tissue... Oh yeah, the guy, the painter, said that keep the tissue away from his cigarette, or otherwise there would be a conflagration, meaning that the grease paint was flammable. But yeah, once again, I still didn't know that he would tie that to the end of the rod.
The candle had burnt brilliantly, but only for a couple of minutes. Some kind of special formulation, I guess. And had yielded up this. A complex shape expertly cut in stone. I figured it was some kind of key.
It's not the missing chess piece?
It was a smooth, intricately carved piece of stone that had been concealed inside the great candle.
Okay, once again, I can just try it on everything because I have no idea where this could go.
George Stowe.
If he had said something, oh, there's a place with a... Maybe look at it with a mirror. No? Okay. Well, let's ask about this. Yeah, it may take a while to solve these, but eventually we get there.
Hi, Lopez.
It's not a race. It's not about who can solve the thing faster.
How can I help you?
Do you know what this is?
No, senor. Is it some kind of key?
Yeah, I think it probably is.
Where did you get it?
It was hidden inside the big candle in the mausoleum.
And you burnt it? I wondered what the light was I saw through the window. My lady will be furious. The candle was centuries old.
Ah.
Sorry about that. Okay,
Any
now
ideas yet?
We are looking for a source of water, see?
Yes?
Yeah.
For generations, the Spanish country folk have had a secret way of locating water, even if it is meters beneath the ground.
Ah.
Couldn't you have said that earlier?
About water dousing, are you?
Eh?
You know, you get a stick and walk around until the stick twitches and dig there.
Oh, you've heard of it.
Yeah, I think most of the planet has. Okay, let's get a stick.
Uno momento. It must be a special stick. A Y of hazel.
Right. Do you have any hazel trees?
Yeah, I know that dowsing doesn't really work in real life.
Hazel.
There you go. Now that he pointed to the branch, I can interact with it.
Find a suitable stick. I don't believe it. There wasn't a single usable Y-shaped branch on the whole damn thing.
Hmm.
So that was what a hazel tree looks like. Hi, Lopez.
Certain?
This tissue...
You won't get any argument from me on that, Senor Stobart.
Okay, let's
Catch you later.
ask the Countess about the key. Maybe she knows. Maybe she knows about a piece of branch that I can use.
Hello again. Mind if I sit?
Please.
Know anything about this? Wait.
What does this charred...
You have pyromaniac tendencies?
What do you make of this?
It looks like some sort of key. Where did you get it from?
It was buried inside
never mind
the
that.
great candle in the mausoleum.
Inside it? What have you done to it?
I lit it.
Don't tell.
It is irreplaceable.
Listen, the candle was to be lit in case of Moorish attack, right? Well, it burnt down in no time and revealed this key thing. Maybe that was the real purpose of lighting the candle.
What are you suggesting?
That lighting the candle was the equivalent of break glass in case of emergency.
Sentiment must not stand in the way of solving this mystery. You did the right thing.
Okay. That still doesn't tell me where to use this key, though.
Around.
My home.
Okay. Oh, now there's something on to the left.
I went over to find a suitable stick. Aha!
Here you go. Do your dowsing thing.
Hi, Lopez. Got a minute?
Certainly, senor. How can I help you?
Well, I got my divining rod. Now what?
Simplicity itself, senor. Hold the wand at the upper ends of the Y. Apply a little tension with your wrist so that the slightest movement of the wand tip is clear, and walk slowly and steadily over the area.
Sounds easy enough. We'll find this well in no time.
Of course, they already tested this by hiding sources of water underground and seeing if people with dowsing rods can find it, and they did not. What, do I just walk around? Oh, he's walking around on his own. Okay. He's just laying around. He's just waiting. Relaxing while I do all the walking. Three hours later.
You found something.
This is it. This is where we find the secret of the Templars. Hidden here for hundreds of years. Lost from the sight of man until now. The mystery is revealed.
It's a tin can.
I've been walking up and down with a twig in my hands, looking for a tin can.
It had water in it. That's what the dowsing stick must have detected.
I'd have to
Yeah,
check with
sure.
an archaeologist, but I don't think the Templars left that.
In truth, Senor Stobart, the loan was laid many, many years ago. This can could date back to the Napoleonic Wars.
Get rid of it and
Yay.
I'll try it again. Lopez threw the can away. It seemed to fall an awfully long way. The splash at the end confirmed what we both suspected. Well, I'll be a monkey's uncle.
He just threw the can away and it happened to be in the
all
wall.
the time. All those years and nobody found it.
Stood in awe for a moment, marveling at the secrets all around us.
It was already open.
Down, man.
The entire time the well was already open and I was just looking around.
The well had been lost for decades at least. The air was cool after the noon sun, but that's not what gave me goosebumps. I have a really, really bad feeling about this.
Okay.
Sometime in antiquity, there'd been a rock slide. Big ones. I wished I'd had a hard hat.
Oh well. You work with what you got.
From a distance, the lion's head had been impressive. Close up, it was frightening. Hey, one of the fangs is a separate piece.
Yoink.
I could hear the sound of a lot of stone moving, and I knew I was in danger.
Uh-oh. Yep. Phew. That was close.
Oh, very funny, you psychos!
Senor Stobar! Senor Stobar! Are you all right?
It's okay, Lopez, I'm fine!
Que susto me has dado! You gave me a scare!
Que susto me has
Nice
dado.
try, Templars.
Clearly they recorded that in an empty room or something. The echo did not match this area. Very fun.
It was a long way down. The brilliant midday sun shone almost directly down the shaft, and I still couldn't see the water.
Whoa. Doesn't say the pointer, so I cannot go in yet?
I wished that I had Leary's flashlight now. It was too dark to see, and I had to rely on touch. It just felt like a pitted stone wall. I'd almost been killed for the sake of a red herring.
Okay, this is where the mirror comes in handy.
I realized I could use the mirror to reflect the light from above. There, in the middle of the door, I could see some kind of socket. It looked like this wasn't quite the dead end it had seemed. Now I knew what I was looking for. It only took a few moments to find it. And there it was. A worked socket, as smooth and perfect as if it had been carved only yesterday.
The slot for the key.
I slid the stone key into the lock. There were buttons that turned the dials.
Oh dear. Now what? Hope I don't have to remember the Psalms, because I don't remember. No, it's actually... No, these are tens, and this is ones, so it's just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 90. I just need one number. I'm trying to remember any significant numbers here. I mean, there was 13, 14, but not here. Wait, what about this?
I must have made a mistake.
Oh, this
Lock
just
spun back to
resets.
neutral and nearly took my fingers off. I was gonna have to start from scratch again.
Hmm.
Damn.
Yeah, I gotta put the right number. Hang on. There'll be a document in the game. Yeah, I'm gonna try talking to the Countess, see if she knows
Hi,
anything.
Lopez.
Certain?
It's really dark down there.
No.
Damn. It's so...
See.
Yeah, I already know the.
Catch you later, Lopez.
I don't need the flashlight. Let me ask her about any numbers.
Hello again. Mind if I sit?
Please,
Nope.
I'll have a look around.
my home.
Hmm. Anything here? Yeah. Top, left, right. Reface monstrosity, so in Syria depicted Baphomet. Could it be these? The numbers 13, 15, 1 at the top. I guess, yeah, maybe might be that might be the series of numbers, not just one number. And I have to input all of them. Let me try.
Now I knew what I was looking for. It only took... And there it was. A worked socket. As smooth and perfect as if it had been carved only yesterday. Now I... And...
Oh, gotta use the key. Forgot.
I slid the...
Okay, can I
There were
consult the
buttons
numbers
between
here?
the dials.
Yeah. Okay. Outside of the inscription on the numbers. Okay. 1427. Might as well try. Oops. 14.
I heard the sounds of the lock move.
Aha.
Either that or the wall was going to come down on my head.
Okay. That was the combination for the lock. Okay. So 27. Okay. Next one is 6 and 80. Wait, no. What is it? 81? Seems like 6 and 81. Okay. So imagine blank and then 6. 6. And then 81. Okay. 1. And finally 3 and 1. Come on, I already know the code. Why does it gotta take so long to input it? 3. 1. And then 17, 12, 25. 17, 12, 25. Thing. Have 100,000 points on my channel. I probably have a lot on your channel as well. Haven't really been using it. Need to come up with like something very, very expensive so that only people with several thousand points can do. Okay. 25. Increase the game request points, or you can do like me and not have them be game requests, just game recommendations. Like I have a kind of game request, but I'm under no obligation to play them if I don't want to or I can't for some reason or another. Okay, 25. All right.
Oh, yes! Bonus points for that, I hope. I knew the old Stobart fingerwork wouldn't let me down.
Oh dear. Hey, look at that, the missing chess piece.
Before I left, though, there was one last thing to do.
Huh?
You won't be needing that replacement piece anymore, Countess. I found it with the children. You'll probably want to be alone for a while. I'll be out in the garden with Lopez.
The children got trapped in that well and died or something? Yikes.
George, welcome back.
Come in, Josh. It's good to see you again.
Is it?
Sure. What did you find in Spain?
Without Andre, we wouldn't have got this far, George.
Yeah, I know. The clues led to an underground chamber at the bottom of a well. The Templars had left a tapestry showing a chessboard. The white pieces were vastly outnumbered. There was a stream running across the board, and a Templar knight on a horse.
Does it mean anything to you, Andre?
No, nothing.
Maybe we should tell Andre what else you found, Josh.
There's a map and a Latin inscription to the west at the edge of the world.
Georges found that in a cave in Syria.
Yeah, where the assassin almost killed me.
Then we've got the burning of Jacques de Molay and the date, 1314.
From the window of the church in Montfaucon Square, one of the few places where nobody tried to kill me.
Then we have the image of a church that Georges found at the excavation. I don't recall anyone trying to kill you there either, Georges.
And finally we have the tapestry in Spain. Did I mention I almost got killed there?
Not yet, but I'm sure you're about to.
It was only my cat-like reflexes that saved me from certain death.
Cat-like reflexes, eh?
And while I was risking life and limb, where were you, Andre? Getting your glasses fogged up over an Etruscan vase?
That's enough, boys. Can we get back to saving the world?
Of course.
He's jealous
My
of Andre.
apologies.
He started it.
Well,
He started
the
it.
Latin phrase are the words of Julius Caesar. He was describing the island of Britain.
Are you sure? The map didn't look much like Britain.
How come Caesar described Britain as being at the edge of the world?
To the Romans, the Mediterranean was the center of the universe.
They didn't know about America
was
yet.
a remote, unfriendly place, inhabited by blue-painted savages.
It hasn't changed much.
They've stopped painting themselves blue.
Except when they go to a football match.
They used an extract from a plant called woad, Icetis tinctoria. The Scots were using it until fairly recently in the wars with the English.
Fairly recently? I don't recall the Scots being at war with the English. How recently are you talking about?
I believe William Wallace's men used it in the 13th century. They might well have been using
Yeah, I
it
saw
as late
Braveheart.
as,
You can't remember, can you?
1314.
Ah, we're back onto that, are we?
Andre, what is it? What do you mean?
1314 in Scotland. The Battle of Bannockburn.
That would explain the stream on the chessboard. That's what a burn is. Right, Andre? As in Bannockburn?
Right, George.
Really?
And it gets better. Tradition has it that the Scots were helped by a shock force of, well, can't you guess?
Knights
Templars.
Templar?
Yes, a group of outlawed Templars. They are said to have turned the tide for the Scots.
And it all ends at a church in the Isle of Britain at Bannockburn in a church.
What are we waiting for? I'll call a cab.
I can't go.
Andre, you've been loads of help, but
What George is trying to say is that you shouldn't feel guilty.
I was.
We understand you've got commitments. Oh, listen, we have to hurry. Let's go, George.
We'll see it through. Oh, and, don't worry about us.
Next morning.
Pardon me.
Wait a second.
She must be deaf.
Don't I know you from somewhere?
My dear.
Do you know what time we're due in Stirling?
6:15, but we're running 8 minutes late.
You have a very deep voice, ma'am.
Do you know Stirling well?
Yes, I do. Is that where you two lovebirds abound?
Yeah,
It's one of the places we thought we'd stay on our holiday.
Be sure to visit the castle, won't you?
Oh, I'm sure it's a neat place. But we are not really interested in history, are we, George?
No. Is there a church called St. Ninian's at Stirling?
Yes, there is. And I know why you're going there.
You do?
Oh.
Of course I do. It's obvious you're in love. You're eloping, and they say romance is dead.
What's the book you're reading?
Oh, it's something I picked up at the station. A medieval detective story. Quite well written for that kind of thing. It's been out of print for years.
Okay.
What's the title of the book?
The Crooked Crusader Caper by Molly Pegram. I assumed the author was a woman, but apparently not. His
Pegram.
real name is...
Professor Nigel Pegram.
That's
Huh.
right. Do you know him?
No,
Uh.
I never met him.
George is a great fan of his, though.
Yeah, he helped me find the gem.
Do you know
shake
what
my
this
hand?
is?
Yes, I do. A young friend of mine shook my hand with one just the other day.
Yeah? Well, that's outrageous. He should be shot.
Perhaps. Still, his intentions were good.
I'm sorry that you've been zapped by one of these things.
You shouldn't be.
Do you recognize this
Would
clown
you
nose?
believe that this clown's nose led us to being on this train tonight?
I would indeed.
No, honestly, You would?
Certainly. You have an honest face.
Yep. That's a nose with a history, all right.
So you say.
I thought I lost the nose. It wasn't available in the inventory anymore.
Does the name Merlin mean anything to you?
Merlin, a master of illusions. Oh, you said Merlin? Then no, nothing.
Not a very convincing illusion, but okay. Let's do something here.
Where are you going, George?
Walk around. I don't know.
Do I need to spell it out?
Don't snap at me. If you're going to take a leak, why don't you say so?
Okay, I'm going to take a leak.
They're already talking like they're married.
A-K.
Tickets, please.
Oh, hi.
That's a standard full-price peak return. Don't you have a senior citizen's rail card?
I rarely travel by train. My ticket
And you're not a
is
senior
perfectly
citizen.
valid, is it not?
Well, yeah, but you could have saved up to a third of the cost.
I do not need to indulge in puffling thriftiness.
Blimey, you're a funny old bird and no mistake. Tickets, please, sir.
Here.
Off to Stirling, eh?
Yes, we are.
Well, I hope you won't be disappointed.
It's a miserable place this time of year. Still, there's plenty of pubs and a lovely view from the castle.
Thank you.
Okay.
I don't want to worry you, but there was something familiar about that guy.
Are you sure? You're
The guy with the
tired. Perhaps
tickets?
you're mistaken.
Maybe. But I didn't like the look in his eyes when he spoke to you. Pardon me.
Yes.
Anything else? No. Okay, now let me go
Can't you sit still,
take a
George?
leak or something.
I need to go to the John.
While you're there, check out the buffet car, George. Unthinkable though it is, I am hungry enough to eat English food.
Okay.
I never actually traveled by train like this kind of passenger trains. Only like regular transportation train. Yeah, I don't remember this part at all actually of the game. Oh, hello.
Hi. Having a party?
No, this is British. Come on, join us, man. Where, Basha, wake up, man. What's company?
His breath was like the outlet from a chemical factory.
Excuse my mate, he's taking a nap. Sleeping like a bobby. I'll wake him up when we get to Newcastle.
We passed through Newcastle half an hour ago.
And I never noticed.
What is that stuff you're drinking? It smells like gasoline.
Right, I'll put tears in your chest, like.
And your eyeballs too, by the looks of you.
Hmm?
Would you like a red...
No thanks, but...
Have you ever seen this man before?
Aye, man, he's chalky white and I claim my 10 quid, like.
No,
What?
he's an international assassin, and he goes by the name Khan.
Well, aye, man, but I was close, you know.
No, you weren't.
Do you know what this is?
No, man.
It's a hand buzzer.
You won't catch me out with that, pal.
If I'd wanted to catch you out, I wouldn't have shown it to you, would I?
Well, maybe it's just my pal. Like a clever double bluff, you know.
Right.
See you later. I didn't want to be frank, without a cold water hose, I didn't think I could wake him.
Okay. Why did I get the musical cue as if I just solved the puzzle or something?
The windows seemed to have been sprayed with tiny flecks of froth.
Divin
I
open
open?
that window, pal.
Why not?
It's freezing out there.
Okay. Nothing here.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Gangster creep from the hotel. Guido. Well, he didn't scare me. Hey, Buster. This is a no-smoking car. Okay, maybe he did scare me. It got worse. I suddenly realized who the conductor had reminded me of. Eklund, Marquet's murderer.
The guy disguised as a doctor.
The door was locked.
Uh-oh.
The door was locked. I really didn't want to shoot the breeze with this guy. Guido looked like a weasel in a cheap suit. He also looked like the kind of man who wouldn't lose much sleep over murder.
Okay, time to go. Woo. Can I not go here?
I should have known better than to leave Nico and the old lady alone. Suddenly, the sword of Baphomet took second place to finding the girl I loved.
Loved? You... First time you ever mentioned being in love with Nico. Up until this point, it looked like they were just becoming friends. Okay, can I open the window now?
Leave it alone.
Ah.
Leave it alone.
Hey, buddy.
You ever seen
Did
her?
you see what happened to the young woman in the next compartment?
No, pal, I didn't. Have you lost her, like?
She's disappeared. The old lady, too. I think they're in trouble.
away, man, an old lady too.
Yeah, you gotta help me.
Maybe they went to the toilet, like.
I don't think so.
You never go on their own. Always in pairs, you know.
No, she's been abducted, I'm sure. I've got to go look for her.
What's stopping you, pal?
The conductor. He's not what he seems.
You want to avoid him, like?
That's about it, yeah.
No problem.
Listen, I need your help.
What's the matter?
There's a guy on this train who's trying to kill me.
Relax, man. You wouldn't try nothing with us in Basharia. We are veterans, like. Slow action at Brightling Sea.
I don't recall the British Army being involved in a conflict in anywhere called Brightling Sea.
Well, you just take it from me, pal. You're in safe hands.
See you later.
Okay, now I can go.
Give it to it, pal. Don't jump.
I don't intend to jump. I'm going to climb on top of the train.
You're kidding, aren't you?
Just watch me.
Hold on now, pal. I'll give you a hand, like.
I'd imagine climbing from the side of the cart would be a lot better than from the... I mean, from one of the ends of the carts would be a lot better than from the side of the window. Oh. Aha! Uh-oh. Templars versus assassins. Oh. You okay there, Nico?
I always wanted to stop a train, and now was my chance.
Oof. That's gotta hurt.
You saved our lives, but why?
We were always on the same side, Stobart. Different causes, but a common enemy.
The Knights Templar?
Don't call them that. The real Templars were a noble foe. These barbarians have no right to that name. These men are no better than dogs.
What are the Neo-Templars after? What is the Sword of Baphomet?
Not what you think, my friend. It is a weapon, yes, but one which our enemies will find difficult to wield. A double-edged sword. A power older than Dimolay, older than Solomon.
We'll stop them. You and me together, and Nico.
No, George. My journey ends soon at the Garden of Paradise.
You're talking in riddles. Can't you tell me straight what they're after?
The sword symbolizes a colossal energy caused by the alignment of the Earth's natural power fields.
Which are focused at St. Ninians.
The energy endowed the Templars with the power which made them great. A power which made them charismatic to such an extent they could control the will of all around them.
Okay. And yeah, you did try to shoot me back at Bull's Hill.
How did you escape from the Bull's Head?
It is a long walk from the cliff of the Bull to the village, Stobart. Fortunately, I know the ways of the wilderness.
Want your clown nose back?
That is not a good idea.
Shake my hand one last time?
Maybe not.
You want your picture? No?
Maybe not.
Okay.
May Allah guide you to our enemies.
Thanks.
One last.
European Union.
What? What is it? He's dead.
Well.
Don't worry. I hadn't forgotten about you.
Answer me this instant, George Stobart.
I will.
I was just talking to the dead guy. I mean.
That's not fair, George.
No.
You took advantage while my hands were tied.
When Eklund pointed that gun at me, I thought I was gonna die. I thought of all the things that I'd never get to do. And
What, did he
kissing
kiss
you
her?
was at the top of my list.
George!
Uh-huh.
George, we've got to get off the train. Eklund could recover at any time.
So what are we waiting for?
Yeah, that was not very nice of him to just kiss her while she was tied up.
What are you doing?
I'm out of here.
Not that door. Do you want to end up like Flap?
Not especially. What remains of him is well on his way back to London. I hope he was traveling on a return ticket.
Huh. Early the next morning. Hope we're close to ending. I'm running out of time here.
I'd feel happier if we had a gun or something.
Khan gave me something.
What?
His handbag.
Oh, great. If we run into any killers, we can give them a good buffeting. Didn't he have any weapons?
You don't know half of it. This bag's full of C4.
Wow. Why didn't you say so? Boy, we'll show him now. What's C4?
Plastic, George.
We're going to shop our way to victory?
2 kilos of plastic explosive. The detonator's broken now.
No problem. We'll buy a box of matches somewhere.
It doesn't work that way. It takes a small explosion to start the big explosion.
Well, that's not much use then. What does that sign say?
Apparently during the English Civil War in the mid-17th century, this place was used as an arms dump.
Yeah? What happened?
Look at the state of this place, George. You work it out.
Oh, stray spark?
You got it. The tower was the only thing to survive the blast.
I hope the explosion didn't destroy the sword of Baphomet.
Do you? I rather hope it did.
Okay.
The handle turned easily, and the larger wheel began to revolve. Damn! Then the handle came off in my hand.
Welp. Okay.
No.
Need to find 4 items and put them on the face. Here, put the nose on the nose.
Sometimes the most childish gestures can have a cathartic effect. The transformation of the demon to a clown did just that for me.
Did not... The ball did not...
Sometimes
did not appear in the middle. The nose appeared in the wrong place.
Above the carved cross was an indecipherable inscription. For all I knew, it could have been scribed in Gaelic. I tried pushing the panel, but wasn't surprised when it failed to move. Nico?
Uh-huh.
What are you doing?
Committing this inscription to memory.
Can you read it?
No.
Okay. What's this?
I scrabbled around in the rubble and found an old clay pipe with a broken stem.
Hey, what's this pipe doing?
The pipe could have been anything from 50 to several hundred years old.
Huh.
It was the handle from the church tower's winding mechanism. It had cog teeth mounted near its base.
I put the pipe in the mouth of the demon.
With the clay pipe in his mouth, he looked happy, homely, like somebody's granddaddy.
What do you think you're doing, Josh?
I
Just
wondered
messing
if there
around.
was a secret mechanism in the demon's mouth.
Maybe you should show a little more respect.
For a mythical medieval demon? Give me a break.
Okay. Go right ahead. Meddle with forces you don't understand. Incur the demon's wrath and burn in hell.
Yeah.
Just see if I care.
What is
The
here?
handle didn't fit in there.
What about it?
I couldn't insert the handle, the clay pipe.
Okay, pick the pipe out.
I pushed the handle into the demon's mouth.
There you go. Now what?
Now that the handle was gone, it was easy to remove the cog and spindle.
Okay.
The cog slipped neatly into the eye socket.
Still missing something though.
I was sure the clay pipe wasn't meant to fit in.
Just put the pipe. Okay. And another piece. No. Something else here?
Under one of the stones, I found a metal coin which was green with age.
Just gonna keep looking if I'm gonna keep finding
soil, but what I'd found was a small cog and spindle.
Woohoo. Anything else?
With mounting excitement, I felt something between my fingers. It was short, hard, and black. Something I hadn't expected to find here. It was a plastic pen top.
Huh. That's weird.
It was an old coin. It was a black plastic pen top. The pipe could have been anything.
It's going through a bunch of trash.
I didn't find anything.
Okay. There you go. And
with a rasp of metal on stone, I eased the second eye into place. The cogs all meshed. It began to turn.
Woohoo. That was easy.
As soon as I saw the flickering torches, I realized the bogus Templars had beaten us to the sword. But where were they now? And why was it so quiet?
Maybe it's like Raiders of the Lost Ark and the sword killed them. They dared to look at it and their faces melted.
Listen, I can definitely hear chanting.
You're right. I hear it too. What do you suppose they're doing?
It wouldn't surprise me if they were holding some kind of satanic sex ritual.
So, what are we waiting for?
What?
Will you look at that? Baphomet. Labino was right. This place was ancient even to the Templars.
This whole place? This is Baphomet?
Finally, the truth. The Templars had never worshipped this graven image, no more than they'd worship a rainbow. But, like a rainbow, they regarded it as a symbol of a covenant with God, who'd revealed this place to them.
Rosso! Why the
You.
dog dealing treacherous?
On the contrary,
The policeman is one of...
Inspector Rosso has been the model of obedience, an important quality in a true Templar. Now be quiet and watch, if you wish to live much longer.
Brothers and sisters, we are gathered here to witness the reforging of the sword that was broken. Here before God's sentinel, Baphomet, Grand Master and Knight of Baphomet, we salute and pledge our obedience to you.
I salute you, gatekeeper of the temple. 7 centuries ago, our greatest weapon, the sword of Baphomet, was lost to us. Now we prepare to reforge it, to wield against new enemies. We shall lead the people to a new order, wherein all borders will dissolve. All will be united under the red cross of the Templars.
Oh dear. Don't look, Nico. In case our faces will melt. Oh dear. Ooh. That looks painful. Did he get superpowers?
We have watched your efforts to stop us with respect. But surely you realize that you have been misled by our enemies. Both of us want a better world. Fortunately, no harm has been done. We need determined, resourceful men like you. Join us, George. Join us in true brotherhood.
Ever.
True?
Wait, what?
Wait. Brothers? What about Marquet?
Yeah, you killed your own.
Pegram and Klausner. You didn't look on them as brothers, only as failures. 3 men dead, and you don't give a damn.
George, you know that sacrifices are necessary. Every great undertaking.
Join you. I'll see you in hell first.
Oh, George, I had great hopes for you.
I'm not sure what we can do from at this point.
Kill him.
Welp. It's nice meeting you. Ooh. Nico. Ooh. Ow. Whoa. What the?
I swear, I just wanted things to be right.
Hey, what?
Take
Rosso killed him. What?
Kill them. They will not escape.
Oh, that was weird.
Well, well.
Oh, hi
If
there.
It isn't the great detective and his beautiful assistant. It's going to be a pleasure killing the pair of you.
George, what are we going to do?
Wanna shake my hand? Hang on, let me save you. Leo. Bye. Yes. 96%? That's not 5 minutes away, come on. See what I mean with your timing? Throw a pen at him.
Come on, George, think of something.
What do you suggest?
But this place is full of explosives.
Light the pipe with the torch. Throw it at the explosives. Where is it? Or throw the torch itself.
Come on, Nico. We're leaving.
You fools! You cannot escape us. Guido! Stop them.
I'd run too if I were you.
The powder!
Yeah.
That powder is from the English Civil War. You fool. It's over 300 years old. How explosive do you think it can be?
I thought it was all over, but Nico had one last trick.
I wouldn't wait to fight out.
Or in her handbag, to be exact. A handbag full of plastic explosives.
Maybe, but this stuff is brand new.
Uh-oh. Wait, don't you need an igniter, like electric spark, to blow up plastic explosives? Boom. Oh, very high temperature also works. Okay. A regular fire cannot detonate it. Oh, I guess.
We didn't stay long in Scotland. George
Wasn't
had a
very
vacation
realistic.
to finish, and I had another story to write. Not the real story, of course, but enough half-truths to fill a page and pay my rent for the month. George and I hung out together in Paris. I showed him my favorite restaurants, and he told me his best jokes.
You know, Nico, this city holds so many memories for me now. The cafes, the music.
The sewers.
Tell me about it. The clowns.
The jugglers.
And your pal Labano.
Oh, yes, dear Andre.
When we first met,
Yeah,
and
a
I
lot
was
of
doing my detective
memories.
Stuff,
Not
you
very good
kind
ones.
of disappeared a lot, Nico. Were you and Labano,
There was something happening, but nothing to do with Andre.
Uh-huh.
It was something from the past that I had to deal with on my own. So I dealt with it, and now it's over.
Hey, did I ever tell you the one about the old Irish couple in the lottery?
No, but I think you're going to.
Okay, there's this old Irish couple. They've been married forever, like 50 years, and they win the lottery.
Come on, I wanted to hear the rest of the joke. Hey, we did it. Finished Broken Sword, Shadow of the Templars, the director's cut. Almost 5 hours, 50 minutes. Yeah, it took a while, but I'm glad I finished the one game from last year that that was still ongoing. So now I get to start all new games this year. Oh yeah, this was Broken Sword. Been a while, so I did not remember most of the game, but still pretty fun. Most of the puzzles were good, not very hard. Like I said, if you just walk around, talk to people, eventually you find the solution. I think I remember I got stuck a couple times in my first playthrough that I didn't get. There are points in this playthrough that went a lot faster than in my first playthrough. I think I remember being stuck in a couple areas a lot longer, but then I got stuck in this area, in this playthrough a couple times as well. But thankfully not for very long. But yeah, next game I might play, I might stream could be FTL, Faster Than Light, one of the requested games. I might play a little bit just to figure out how to play it, but then I'll try a run on it. Maybe I'll stream it 2 days. One run where I'm not very experienced, and then another run where I've gotten the hang of the game, maybe. And then there's Sid Meier's Covert Action that's also been requested. I'm going to go check that out as well. First, I'm going to read the manual, so at least I have some idea of how to play it. But yeah, those should be my next few games in the next few days. But yeah, anyone likes these kind of retro games, adventure games? I think this was my last adventure game as well on my list. So I still have a couple of adventure games that I want to check out someday, but probably going to take a break from adventure games in general after this one. But yeah, I still have plenty of games to stream on my list. If you want to check out my anniversary stream where I showcased my future game stream montage, that most of those are games that I've already tested and that I know I can stream. So yeah. And yeah, if you missed the previous parts of this Broken Sword playthrough, you want to check out the beginning, you can go to my YouTube channel or archive all my streams. I think there should be a link to it on my About page on Twitch. Oh yeah. Hope you had fun. Thank you very much for watching, yeah? See you next time. Bye!